Hello, y'all. I am back again for another video. And this video is going to be about the narcissist and eviction time. The narcissist and eviction time. So, as a disclaimer, I've been displaced before. So, I'm not downgrading necessarily being evicted, but these situations can be preventable. Okay. And there's a timeliness that comes with eviction. So there will be warning before destruction. Okay. Um, my situation, I was a single parent. I don't really like that word single. We all single parents because it's only one mother, right? So I was a parent without a husband or the children's father in the home for many, many years. And it was actually the best situation for me. However, one of my weaknesses was not understanding how to save, what to save, when to save. So that was a flaw. Also, one of my weaknesses was always looking out for somebody else, right? So, what I learned from when I was displaced, I noticed that everyone else that was under my care was placed in a place. And it was because of what I had set up for them during the process of them living with me. So one of the people that benefited from being placed was my biological brother, my disabled biological brother. And he's still right now, that program that I put him under, he's under that same program that I originally enrolled my brother in when I first brought him to the West Coast with me when my mother passed away and his mother passed away. So my brother and I have the same mother. But what I learned is that I'm helpful to my detriment. Helpful to my detriment. And being that type of person leads to evictions and homelessness and also poverty. You're going to have less money saved. You know, believe it or not, the more people you helping out, you ain't getting this money back. You're not. You're not getting this money back. So you are not getting, you got to be careful with giving out money. So Allie's World 67, hello. Thank you so much for the chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, nature. Let me see. Nature boy. Nature boy says money is about to go extinct. Yeah, but it ain't going extinct fast enough, and it's required. And one of the things that's required to prevent or stop an eviction is money. Okay. So this is about the narcissist and the eviction process. So what happens is, for me, I was able to survive a very long time. Like when I was raising my sons, we stayed in one residence for 10 years, y'all. I mean, even this place I'm in right now, I've been here since almost 8 years now, something like that. Let me see. Yeah, about 7, 8 years. Yeah, somewhere around there. So I don't like to move around a lot. Oh, Allie's World, you say you want my voice. Thank you for the compliment. But you know what? I'm a true believer in this. Your voice probably better. Want your own voice. But I appreciate what you're saying. It's a compliment. And I appreciate that so much. You know why, Allie? I have asthma. And today I'm having a good voice day. My last live that I uploaded, you're welcome, dear heart, Allie. The live that I did early this morning, if you look at the description box on that live video, I said something about, I put a note in there saying that I was having a good asthma symptom day and that I was having kind of like a perfect voice day. So with asthma, like for example, when I'm having asthma attacks or asthma symptoms, I will have what you call an asthmatic cough because my flaw is my lungs, right? So when I'm having a bad voice day, I will have to keep pushing mute on this live so that I'm not coughing. So I'll push mute and then cough. But a good voice day, and I'm glad you noticed it. See, this person, Allie, is very intuitive and she's listening, right? So you can hear the difference. So if I'm having asthma symptoms, I'll give you some clues. On some of my lives, I'll stutter once or twice. Asthma attacks messes with your nervous system, y'all. You can't just have asthma attacks and not have your nerves thrown off, right? So what I'll do, my voice will not be right. It'll be different. If you go back when I'm having asthma attacks and issues, and I'll point out, I apologize, my voice is sounding a little different because I've been having asthma attacks, but no asthma symptoms today. No asthma symptoms today. And so Allie has actually just validated the perfect voice thing. So what Allie is hearing, let me tell you what she's hearing. She's hearing a healthy voice that's not sick today. So when I'm not having asthma symptoms, then I don't have a sick voice. So she's hearing the healthiness in me. So Allie, check this out. Everybody, what I do, let me tell you another asthma trick. If you have bronchitis, asthma, COPD, any of these chronic lung disorders, I stand and do all my videos. Thank you so much, Allie. I appreciate you. Thank you for the encouragement. And your comment was good. I appreciate what you're saying. Let me read the comments. Oh, let me see somebody. Oh, Allie, you got asthma too? Okay. Okay. So, and I'm not happy you have it, but check this out. Asthma is also our protector. Did you know that? I actually, in a weird way, I want to control it and I want to have less symptoms of it, right? But I actually do not want to get rid of it. I actually don't. It's weird because this is why. Say my blood pressure gets really high. My body will send me into an asthma attack. That sends me to the hospital and the ambulance. And then they say, oh, your blood pressure is 250, top number. So if I have a infection, even going through the issues I'm going through with my ears, because I'm going to have an ear surgery this year, y'all. Going through the issues with my ears, when my right ear issue is out of control, asthma comes, asthma attacks. So it's actually a blessing in disguise. It sure is. Yeah. So so Allie, how do you do with your asthma? Let me ask you this, Allie. Do you have the voice issues too? Do you have the asthmatic cough? Which asthma do you have? Do you have the inflammation based or the airway reconstriction? You have that too, yeah. So the thing is, and this is something doctors will not tell us, spit that mucus up. Allie, are you on that page now? Do you know how to hawk that stuff up and spit it up? Do you know about the Sicilian lemon juice in the produce section? Holding your head back and putting that Sicilian lemon juice on the back of your throat. And what it'll do, it'll make you cough. You'll do a bunch of coughing, but it'll bring up all that mucus. Do you know about the pure leaf sweet tea? 12 ounces of it. That's my medication now. I rarely use an inhaler, y'all. Rarely. You want your inhaler to be able to work in an extreme attack. Okay, so the thing is with these inhalers, if you use them too much in a deadly asthma attack, then it may not work in the way that you think. So oh, you got to get surgery on your tonsils. Yeah. And see, once you have that surgery on your tonsils, make sure they explain why it has to happen. And I'm going to suggest this, right? Be very careful getting surgeries when you're not experiencing any pain. Very careful. Asthma is very sensitive. Okay. So before you get that tonsillitis or tonsil surgery on your tonsils, make sure you get a second opinion. Get a second opinion. However, getting the surgery on your tonsils may improve the asthma. Okay. So I hope that makes sense. So Allie's World, thank you so much for sharing your experience and your walk with asthma. And the spirit of the Lord was with Allie, and she wasn't just hearing the voice is good. She was sensing there's an energy about my voice that kind of aligned with hers. It's a spiritual thing, y'all. So she was picking up on the spirit of asthma. She's clairvoyant, y'all. She can predict things. So her energy, whether she knows it or not, she's very insightful. Okay. So she called that one out perfect. She diagnosed me right through the internet, y'all. And she got the same condition. That's why we aligned. She's very understanding. So Allie, I pray that you have a perfect asthma voice day 2. And so the Sicilian lemon juice from the produce section in that little yellow squeeze bottle, lean your head back, pour it on the back of your throat. It'll make you do a bunch of coughing, but it'll hack up all that stuff. Spit that stuff out, blow your nose. Pure leaf sweet tea or the Golden Peak sweet tea is good as well. Both are good. 12 ounces. Actually buy some 12-ounce cups. Drinking water when I'm in an asthmatic phase can backfire. For me, my asthma doesn't want water when I'm in an asthmatic phase. When I do drink water, when I'm in an asthmatic phase, it has to be very little water. Ibuprofen, prescription ibuprofen, 600 milligrams. The doctors will not tell you this, but if you get a prescription, 600 milligrams of ibuprofen, and you take one of those, it actually will reduce the inflammation within the lungs as well, preventing asthma attacks. And you only will have to take 1 or 2 of them. Ibuprofen, if you're not allergic to it, it will not harm you, but be careful telling your doctor that. Never tell a doctor what all that ibuprofen or medicine does for you. If they're giving you the ibuprofen, I only get like 1 bottle like once a year or something, right? So if they're giving you the ibuprofen because you have pinched nerves or herniated disc in your back, don't tell the doctor that it's working for your asthma too. Don't tell them that. Keep some things to yourself. Don't tell your doctor everything, okay? Because you may have a doctor that's a narcissist, and then they'll stop giving you the ibuprofen. Because remember, their job is to keep you sick. That's their job. Their job is to treat you, not cure you. But what I do, I allow them to diagnose me, and then I cure myself. I go pick up them inhalers whenever they prescribe them. I never tell my doctor that I am not utilizing that inhaler as much as I used to. I tell them I use it as needed, but I don't tell the doctor, I found that if I walk 3 miles during an asthma attack, it clears my lungs out and I don't need your inhaler. Never do that. Just pick up the prescription because you do need it in case of an emergency. If I have a deadly asthma attack, I will need that inhaler. So don't put yourself in a position where you're denied what you need to save your life. So just be more silent. Always have a doctor that's not on your my chart. So have a little side rig doctor, like them little urgent care centers where they're not allowed to be on your my chart medical records. So always have a little side doctor on the side, like a little urgent care doctor that you get some of your other needs met with. Okay. Because now with this my chart and all your records being on that my chart, a lot of your privacy is just gone, y'all. It's just horrible. You go into the emergency room. Oh, I see you just was seen for your knee last week. They just know everything freaking about you. It's just not natural. So but it's benefits to it. But always just have someone that's not in the mix, if that makes sense. It works, y'all. It works. So again, thank you so much for the comments, Allie. I'm glad that you're managing your asthma and that you're understanding, and that I wish you the best with your asthma, and thank you for being here. Please click a like, y'all. Please click a like. So it helps. Even one like allows 20 more people to watch the video. The more you click a like, the more YouTube will put the video in the algorithm. So the narcissist and the eviction process. So narcissists are very hard-headed. Thank you so much for the like. Allie, if you click the like, thank you individually. And if someone wants to let me know that they clicked the like, they can put a chat and I'll personally thank you for the like. Okay. So the narcissist and the eviction process, I've done lives about, going through situations with relatives and stuff like that. And, when people are young, they're easily manipulated. And narcissists, one of their problems is this. It's okay to be independent. And it's, thank you so much, Allie, for the like. So it's okay to be independent, but what happens with narcissists is they're too extreme. Okay. So for example, with one of my relatives, I raised him to work. I took my kids to childcare. I took my sons and daughters to childcare, and I went to work. That's how I managed to not be evicted so often. I went to work so I could live in one place for 10 years. I can live in this place for 6 or 7 years. So it will prevent you being chronically homeless. That's what it is. There's this term, chronically homeless. And sometimes on some of these assistance programs, they'll ask you stuff like that. Were you chronically homeless as a child? Or are you chronically homeless now? So, people, narcissists, they pick the wrong supply. Okay, so I'm going to give you an example. I'm stable and I have approximately a 2,000 square foot home. If you're one of my sons or daughters, it's not a good idea for you to go get you a man or woman that's on welfare and expect to live off the welfare system. And this is why. I didn't raise you that way. And I'm talking about state welfare, y'all, not federal welfare. See, the thing is, in the state that I live in, it's so expensive on the West Coast that if you get federal welfare here and there, then they allow you to get federal welfare and work, right? So what the federal welfare will do, for one, the federal welfare is a bigger check, and it will allow you to increase your income. As of now, we're not on any federal welfare at all. So I just want to point that out. However, if it's needed, go for it. And sometimes they may say, okay, your child or you are allowed to get it for like a year or two, right? So if you're allowed to get federal welfare for a certain amount of time, it's a good deal. The average federal welfare check on the West Coast where I'm at, I think is about $1,000 for one person. Okay. And if parents are receiving child support, they will deduct the child support from that federal welfare check. So it can be a way to create an additional income. I mean, it's basically free money. It also will allow you to secure your medical. So it's great advantages to it, right? But state welfare, it's kind of different because the amount is so low. So on the West Coast, you may only get like $700 for two babies. Okay, it's not a lot of money. I mean, they may give you a lot of food stamps. I mean, the average food stamps probably for two babies and a mom would probably average about 900, but it's food stamps, right? It's not cash. I'd rather have the cash. That's just me. So what happens is it's more beneficial to go to work and let the state help you with child care assistance than to depend on state welfare. State welfare, it's not enough money. Federal welfare, it's more of a come up. And this is why. See, with federal welfare, okay, if you're getting federal welfare, just say for one of your kids, they'll allow the mom to make up to $4,000 a month. Okay, most single mothers do not make $4,000 a month, just being honest. They just don't, usually, unless they're a doctor or some kind of business owner or something. So get welfare if you need it. But the problem with welfare is believing that it's going to be a reliable provider for you. So you have to have a backup plan. So with this narcissist and the eviction process, within the last couple of weeks, my relative told me, and it was Elijah, I've gone through my lives with Elijah, and he said, he actually devalued me because I worked while I was raising them. So Elijah said, what his girlfriend is doing is smarter because she's staying home with the kids. But Elijah doesn't complain that I neglected them. He doesn't say, well, because what I did, I went to work, but when I got off work, I'm spending quality time and time with my children. So it's not like I got off work and went to the club and was with my man and wasn't with my kids. I was very loyal to my kids. My children was my second job. Okay, so what Elijah did, and he's young, so he devalued, me being a working mom. He said, his woman better because she collected welfare. And I've forgiven her for, what she did to me back in September 2024 for putting her fist in my side when she was trying to rush her way back into Elijah's apartment. So Elijah, he's a man with he doesn't have a system yet as a male, and he's trying so hard to do things the opposite of me that he will have to find out the hard way that the way I did it is the right way. And the best way to do it is go get you a job. So eviction process start. The eviction process starts for the narcissist. So what happens is before they get served with the eviction, they talking a lot of mess. Elijah's girlfriend, she never defended me. He would sit up there and talk about how I was a bad mom because I went to work and had a job. Mind you, he went to one of the best daycares in the West Coast or on the West Coast and never was injured or harmed or anything at child care. He doesn't have a I was raped at daycare story, right? I took them to very advanced and innovative daycares, took them on luxury field trips. They went camping, they went to the zoo. Some of the field trips I went on as well. I was very active in my children's life. I took my children to school every day. I always worked jobs where I didn't have to start work until like 9 or 10 a.m. usually. That way, dropping my children off at school was a big priority for me. That's the way I spent quality time. So, what happens when relatives grow up? They think that their new way is going to work, right? And I was telling them the whole time. I told them when they first had the first child that she needs to put those children in daycare. Okay. And as a result, because they're not in daycare, the children have more behavior problems. See, when you don't have the proper discipline and parenting skills, and you're young and you don't have living parents and you don't have a bunch of family members, you don't really have a big village, the children are better off in daycare and they're safer there, to be honest. So they make friends, they have social time, they have a big schoolyard to go play in, a big basketball court. There's a lot of stuff provided for children when they're at daycares. They have the big circle time, they read to the kids, they have consistent meals. And I'm not saying I don't provide that, I provided that as well. However, the bottom line is you most likely will not make it just getting state welfare. And I always knew that. So I was raised, my grandmother was a business owner. So she raised me my entire life. I was raised by a business owner. Even when I was not living with my grandmother, she was always contributing financially to me, for me. And I appreciate that. And my grandmother contributed financially for me as well, even when I had my first daughter when I was a teenager. So the thing is with the narcissist and the eviction process, they have a certain mindset and they're very rebellious and hard to help. Okay. So narcissism, they have this competitive attitude and they're just not gonna listen. I'm very careful with who I help and how I help them. I've been actually for the past month trying to help my relative make calls. And the thing with a Scorpio type of personality, I kind of see it coming, right? And a lot of times people don't want to use my clairvoyant side. They don't want to use it to their benefit. Like I'm telling you how it's going to go down. And so the eviction process, this eviction amount is very, very huge amount. I mean, if this eviction goes through, hold on one second, y'all. This is my prayer app that I have to click on and I'll be right back. I just got to pray right quick. Okay, thank you so much for holding, y'all. So YouTube is really great. What they do, I love this platform because you can go away. I can go away and do my prayer, and it seems like I have not been gone at all. So notice it will not have that hold in there, so that 1 or 2 minutes that I was gone, I actually YouTube will make it seem like I was not gone at all. So hopefully that makes sense. So what it does is when I go to another app, the YouTube live will disconnect me, and then I go do my prayer, and then it reconnects me. So that was John 4:18. And I'm convinced that I'm gonna end up writing my own prayer book, y'all. Um 1 John 4:18 talks about there's no fear in love, and that's fine. That scripture was fine. But the prayer part, and it's good, maybe like for Elijah's situation, that prayer may be good because he said he's scared. So that guilt and shame prayer, that may apply when people are going through a certain phase of their life, but I don't feel guilt and shame about anything right now. So some of these prayers just don't apply to me, and I'm just getting to the point. I'm gonna have to, even if I don't publish my own book of prayers, I'm going to have to create a journal and make my prayers very specific to me, because a lot of these prayers, I truly believe this, y'all. You know, the United States of America, we have a lot or quite a bit of suicide in the United States of America. And I tell you, some of these prayers, if I had like suicidal tendencies, or I carried a suicidal ideation, all you got to do is go to the prayer app. I mean, every freaking day is telling you, I'm sorry, I'm in guilt, I'm in shame. It's just crazy. And oh my God, and watch this one on the prayer app. Um, Sometimes it'll have you apologizing for what happened to Jesus. And you'll be saying stuff like, you know, what I did to Jesus was wrong too. I shouldn't have did that to Jesus. I've never met Jesus in person. I didn't do none of that to Jesus. Okay, so it's all unhealthy. It's like the prayer app, but I won't say it. When I read it, I'll just say, "Oh no, I ain't saying that because I ain't had nothing to do with that." It's like admit, who would admit to a murder that they had nothing to do with? I was not born when Jesus was born, or unalive, or during the time when Jesus was ministering. I mean, I'm able to go to the Bible and the Quran, and I can, you know, reference some of Jesus' teachings. However, I ain't helped kill Jesus. And I'm very uncomfortable with these prayer apps, y'all. It's getting like very, very demonic. All of it's I'm just gonna have to, I'm gonna have to like, if I don't publish it, I promise you, I want to publish like Irene's Bible. I need my own Bible, because the Lord I serve ain't having me admitting that I killed Jesus or had anything to do with killing Jesus. And this is no lie. This was on the prayer, y'all. Be careful with these prayer apps, because the thing is, I just started this playlist early this morning about taking care of your brain. Check it out. I'm going to add this to that playlist, taking care of your brain. So that ain't taking care of my brain when I'm on the prayer app and it's saying, please forgive me. I shouldn't have helped them do that to Jesus, y'all. And see, I think some people, when they're on the prayer app, they might be high, drunk or something. So if you didn't smoke the wrong weed, you might just say it. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't really thinking about what you said. But I'm like, hold up, I ain't do nothing to Jesus. So yeah, it's pretty risky. So I am convinced any man or lady that has committed suicide, whether they be in prison or jail, or they was at the house, They was outside on the side of the road. If they commit suicide and they got their Bible in their hand, it ain't because the Bible necessarily was helping them. I did a video about how this book destroys lives and minds, and I'm talking about the Bible, but it's just too much negativity every day. Some stuff on the prayer apps is just like completely positive. But I'm gonna give you another example. One day on the prayer app, I noticed it. I think that if you actually have a intelligence that you're using, you're gonna notice stuff. So one day on the prayer app, please click a like, y'all. I noticed it removed the word God with Father. It didn't say Father God. So in the prayer part, it said Father, just Father now, not God or Lord with it. So what that does, say a little girl or a little boy, they're being violated by their father. You know, the father is raping them or something. That prayer is teaching them to worship their daddy, and it's okay what's going down with them. Because see, it took off the word God. Now it got them subconsciously worshiping their daddy. Real sick, y'all. Those prayer apps are male motivated. I taught y'all this before. When you read the Bible, you either gonna be an abuser, you're gonna not be an abuser, or you're gonna be a victim of an abuser. Them the only three categories you when you are introduced to the King James Bible, y'all. So stay in the book of Proverbs, Corinthians. Narcissists love the book of Matthew. Oh my God, you can't get a narcissist. They turn the whole book of Matthew into demon land. They really do. So the scripture on there was 1 John 4:18. There's no fear in love. You know, I get it. But what happens is I've just outgrew those prayers. I mean, I'm not in guilt or shame about anything. I'm just working on my life. My life ain't perfect, but I put it to you this way. If I believed a prayer app and I lived in guilt and shame, I would not be able to accomplish the things I need to accomplish. It's not healthy to walk around in guilt and shame and you ain't killed nobody. Even murderers have to stop living in guilt and shame to move on with their life, right? Right? It's called get out of prison. Even in the worst case scenario, if you killed a man or lady, I mean, you can't, if you're going to be a functional citizen in society again, no matter what you did an armed robbery, you was a thief, you was a murderer. I'm not going to include the rapist. I ain't down with that. I ain't down with the other crimes neither, but I'm just going to get the other ones a benefit to change it more. Yeah, so you got to move on with your life. Living in guilt and shame every day and not coming out of that creates a suicidal ideation and depression, which is two things I don't have. I don't mess with depression and suicidal ideation. Okay? I'm more on the protector side. So I'm more into happiness and homicidal ideation in the event that you had to protect your life and your family's life. Only if you had to, okay? So that's how that works. So going back to the subject matter, the narcissist and the eviction process, you can't get them to listen, right? So narcissists have a theory and they have delusions and they're very rebellious, okay? And the problem with the narcissist and the eviction process, they will be at a greater risk of it because usually, especially younger narcissists, that are extremely rebellious, they think that the way their parents did it is all wrong, right? They don't see that you did it the right way. Okay. Um, any potential court proceeding for any potential what could have led to an eviction. I never had a $15,000 bill that made it into court, right? So this is the thing with these big bills. You want to try to prevent them from going to court. So I have a like a number system, right? My number system, 5 grand. Okay. So my number system is I begin at 2,000. A bill that's 2,000, I'm sure I could pay that off in time. 3,000, I may struggle a little bit to pay that off, but I could pay it off. But anything past $5,000, whether it be a rent bill, an eviction, that's about the max. So basically, it's kind of like this. I don't let my bill get that high. Okay. I'd rather a landlord, don't let my bill get to 15,000. Don't let it get that high. Just go on and put me out when I can't pay 5,000 or 3,000. Because the reason that is because it goes against your credit and nobody else will rent to you. So for me, I don't have any evictions on my record. No evictions are on my background check at this point. So you want to handle it before it goes into court. And even if it goes to court, you can go into stipulation agreements. But those agreements, the most they'll usually last is up to 4 months. So if you owe 3,000, okay, I can pay that off within 4 months. 5,000 will be harder to pay off in 4 months. But with narcissists and the eviction process, because they're so freaking hard-headed, their bill will be astronomically high, very, very high. So the thing is, this is one thing I can say. I'm very resourceful. And if Elijah and Caitlin would have listened to me and allowed me to advocate on their behalf more, for one, they would have learned more. Daniel and Isaiah allow me to do it, y'all. And what happens is they learn more and their minds are trained to come up with more ideas. Like Daniel, he could borderline become a paralegal. He's learned so much about the legal process from allowing me to advocate for him that he's like an advocate himself now. Like literally. So, oh, Allie's World, you have to go to bed. Thank you so much for your information. Oh, you're welcome. Go to bed and just watch the live later. Okay, that's the thing. So, keep up the great work with your asthma. Replay the video and just watch the video later. Go to bed. That's what I do with my live videos. I just watch them later. So just watch it later. The live ain't going nowhere. I release it to the public right away. So thank you so much. And thank you so much for the likes. So with the narcissists and the eviction process, narcissists are very hard to help. Very, very hard to help, because the thing is, when I help, I have a goal in mind, right? And I'm not trying to act like I'm like no slave master or nothing, right? But I'm a Scorpio baby. So if you give me the control, it will greatly benefit you and you won't experience evictions. Okay. You won't. I kept Elijah on my lease for quite a while when he first moved. I mean, you're on my lease, you in and out of my house for up to 2 years and you're still on my lease. And, you know, ultimately I took Elijah off my lease because he wants to do the welfare road. And ultimately he ends up potentially risking being homeless or being displaced, rather, with the big bill, credit being screwed up, along with potential screwing up of his criminal record, just not following instructions. And see, the thing with these kind of hard headed people, these decisions carry you for the rest of your life. So um, he was not guidance. Elijah had guidance, it's kind of like this. If I raise you, if you listen to the basics of what I'm saying, I'm not the little stuff. I don't care if I think them shoes look good on you today. If one of my sons don't want to wear them shoes, oh well. But just make sure you don't wear the ones down the street that's gonna make you fall and break your neck. Okay, wear your walking shoe, wear your running shoe, especially if you're gonna be walking outside, catching buses and stuff like that. But with the narcissist and the eviction process, especially narcissists that was in contact with their elders and parents and leaders and stuff, the narcissists, what they do all the time, they pick the wrong supply. That's what they do, and that's a great mistake that they make. They pick the wrong supply. So for sons, don't leave your mama house, your stable mama house. Tell your sons this. Don't leave your mama house to go to no shelter, meet you a girlfriend, and you got to look at ladies. I mean, what else can she do other than pump out babies? Literally, I mean, ladies, men have to look at ladies this way. All she's doing is just creating a burden on you. Because see, the thing is, Elijah, he got the apartment, he was working, he was doing a mechanic job, and he pulled this woman out this shelter. Her mom's deceased. She's called me mom, and he pulled her out the shelter, and I watch how she rolled, right? Let me tell you how she rolled. Elijah pulled her out of a shelter, which I wouldn't recommend no man to do that. But your mama, a player, and you're not listening to your mama. I'm like a nigga, y'all. I'm like, lead a bitch at the shelter, man. Move on with your motherfucking life. See, my system works because I'm like, run. She ain't rich. Get on up out of there, man. Work. All she want to do is sit up and collect welfare. Talking about her hip hurt and shit. No. Your hip ain't hurting on my watch. I couldn't be a man because I would only date my woman. If I was a man, my woman got to make minimum. I would be strict as hell. If I was a man, I would be stricter on my woman than on my man. For real. So, Elijah, he considers that cold-hearted. He looks at the way I'm looking at it like it's cold-hearted, but I'm looking at it like it's logic. I mean, yeah, I see some good in their relationship with Elijah and Kaylin, but it's for a young male. I look at a young male, young teens, older teens, and young males. It's just too much responsibility. She won't even prove if the children are his. It's very sad. So me, I can't allow nobody to ruin the rest of my life. What Elijah is afraid to do, I'm not afraid to do. I'm going to be a resource for them, like really advocating for them to get into shelters. And, Elijah may not want to understand it, but they may have to go to different shelters. I can't help a woman that wants to sit on welfare and not take those children to daycare. And I was just talking about this with them when Elijah was on the phone with me talking about his woman better because she sit on welfare. And I'm a bad person because mine went to daycare and I worked. But guess what? When they called me today, y'all, they got served. The lawyer served them. I love having a Scorpio personality, y'all. Because one thing that the Lord will do is humble my enemies. Elijah was talking mad shit, but today, Mom, I'm scared. I'm being evicted. What am I going to do? Well, for one, send her to work. Stop telling her she going to be a housewife. She can get free daycare. On the West Coast, when you get welfare, you get free daycare. They pay the whole bill. The state will pay the whole bill to help her find a job. Now, once she finds a job, she'll have to pay a co-payment. The state won't pay the whole bill. But still, I mean, will she pay 2 kids? She won't pay no more than probably $500, if that. I don't know how they do it now, but I've never had no problem. I just being a housewife is a big job, and Kaylin's trying her best to be a mother, but she does not have enough skill or discipline to be a full-time housewife. The behavior problems that those children have right now, they would not have those behavior problems if they went to the right daycare, because they would be up under more structure. Okay? They would know to eat actual food. Don't go pick up nothing and put it in your mouth that's not actually edible food. These children are having serious behavior problems, and it's because they didn't follow my advice. One of the children, he's going to be, about 2 years old this year? He should have been in daycare. And these ladies, they sit up here on this welfare and her hip hurt. Yeah, your hip hurting because you sitting on your ass. Get off your ass and walk. I got a little slight ache in my left hip. I walk it out, y'all. I just started doing some strenuous cleaning and stuff, and I hadn't done my walks in about a week. So all you do is walk it out. The muscle needs to be worked out. If you sit on your fat ass in one motherfucking spot, telling your man, go get the kids' bottle, it was almost driving me out of my mind. For the longest, I couldn't stand to hear the phone conversations, because I couldn't stand to hear a woman sitting up on welfare telling the man to go fetch everything for the children. Like turning my son into like some kind of slave. But it's all working out. But the thing is, with people like this, because this video is called The Narcissist and the Eviction Process. The eviction and the attorney serving them humbles niggas. So I love being a Scorpio personality, because I love re-recommending my first idea to you, right? So my first idea that Elijah just totally downgraded was the fact that them kids need to go to daycare. The kids need to go to daycare, and she go to work and he go to work. That was my original idea. So now, since they got this over $10,000 bill, okay, let me try. The Scorpio is going to come to the table again and re-recommend what I already recommended for you. Scorpios have good business ideas. Listen to them. And this is why. Scorpio personalities, this is why we're good advisors. We're such good advisors that if you listen to my advice, you'll get richer than me. Our advice has a lot of good karma in it, which the good karma would be dharma. I think dharma is actually the word for good karma, but we'll just say good karma because that's what we're used to hearing. But technically, good karma in Buddhism would be called dharma. Okay, I'm not a Buddhist. Okay, I'm just saying the technical word I think is dharma. So I reintroduced my first idea is for her to take the kids to daycare and work. Um, and they were silent. Now you're gonna be silent because the lawyer done silenced you. See, when they start serving you with papers, that silences you. It's like, oh, okay. So some people have to learn the journey the hard way, y'all, and just learn through experience. That's all. But for me, I don't have the resources and the I don't have the time, the resources, or the people on my team that can handle what Elijah and Kaylin would need. I know I can be resourceful and help, but I'm actually not helping. Like, okay, let me tell you where I'm not helping. I done told her to go to work, put them kids in daycare. I'm not helping her. I allow her in my house and those children aren't in daycare and she doesn't have a job. When you live with me, you have to work or have an activity. And the activity can't be watching kids. When you in my house, now, under rare circumstances, um, under rare circumstances, I could babysit under rare circumstances, but you have to have a certain type of child too. See, I don't babysit kids with extreme behavior issues. And this is why, especially if it's not my child. See, if my child has an extreme behavior issue, I know it's just a temporary phase. It's not permanent. But when the child is not my child, the parent, their actual parent, is the one that needs to get those discipline issues under control. Because he or she is not my child. All I'm going to get is CPS cases because it's not my child. So if the child trying to eat some paper and I tap them and spank them, I'm just going to get a CPS case. I'm not trying to go through that journey. I'm tired of kids that grow up and don't do the basics I taught them. Just basic things. If I raise you, fine. You don't want to get a master's degree, but I did teach you to brush your teeth. Can you do that? So that's why I try to be a functional citizen in society. I made an effort to never go to prison, try to obey the law, not to be going in and out of jails. And if I was in and out of prison, I would fix that problem. And the reason I would fix it is because my grandmother did enough for me to do better. And I don't want what my grandmother did all the years that she worked and was a business owner. I don't want to feel like my grandmother just wasted her time. And most children will not think that way. Most children don't give a damn how what they do reflect on how you raise them. They don't care how it makes them look or you look, the parent or them. They don't care. So with the narcissist and the eviction process, offer resources. So start there. If you truly are a person that has empathy, try to calm them down. Remember what it was like when you were displaced, if you ever were displaced. If you were never displaced, try to talk to people that maybe went through that so you can have more of an understanding of how that is. And the main thing, don't break rules. When you're on a lease, you never too cool with a landlord. They switch managers a lot. Some of the managers don't really care. They don't micromanage who you move in. But I'm going to tell you this. Where I'm at, They may notice if I move in four more people in my place. It's not safe to do it. You're gonna get a warning, and you're gonna get in trouble. Don't risk being evicted yourself because the narcissist is going through the eviction process. Narcissists will go through eviction processes chronically, whether it be they're being evicted from corporations that they're renting from, they're being evicted from people's um, private homes, um, they'll be evicted from adult homes, assisted living facilities. Um, you got narcissists that are in nursing homes that are evicted from nursing homes. The narcissists, they will go through the eviction process chronically and more often than regular people because they don't want to follow rules. They think they know it all, and they're hard to work with. They're very hard to work with. They give their parents a hard time and they give facilities a hard time, attitudes, and they don't thank you, and they're just not listening. They want a life. Narcissists end up going through an eviction process more chronically because they want a life that they have not truly worked for yet. Okay. So, like with this situation with my relative and his girlfriend, he has this delusion that she's going to be a housewife. He don't even have a job. So their goals and how they want to live, they have not worked to that point. The narcissists, they'll be chronically evicted no matter where they go because they don't want to work to earn that. So if you want your woman to be a housewife, you got to have a high paying job and be at that job for a while. You know, housewives, I've seen this. You know, I know men, and they're usually white men on the West Coast, white men, um, their wives are housewives. So a lot of times when the kids are first born, their wife will work the first 3 or 4 years of the child's life or the first 2 years. So these so called housewives, and most of them go to work later when the kids are about 10, 12, 13. So most housewives just don't stay a housewife. Being a housewife is a beautiful, very frustrating job. I'll vouch for the daycare any day. I enjoy getting my children their brand new coats and clothes on and having their hair and skin looking good and getting in that new vehicle and taking them to daycare and school. There's nothing wrong with it. Like some housewives, or stay-at-home moms, they're able to offer a lot of structure. But in this situation, there's not enough structure. I think they're trying their best. I think that Elijah and Kaylin are trying their best. I really do. I've gained a lot of respect for what they're trying to do. However, I've been trying to tell these fools that what they doing ain't gonna work. I've been on my own. I started working at 16, y'all. 16 years old. And no, I did not work for my grandmother. No. She wouldn't put me on her cash register. So she's denying me learning skills. I wasn't going to be the clean up the dishes lady full time. I like to multitask. When I worked in the food industry, I do everything. I do the cash register. I do the dishes. I'll clean the lobby. I'll hand out the food. I'll cook basic stuff. I'm not a grill worker. I'm not someone that's gonna be full time in the grill. I'll do that at no restaurant, and this is why I tell them this when they try to, want me to help and work in the grill. I said, "No, I can't do that, dog. I don't want to injure my skin. My skin too pretty, dog. I can't burn myself up." Scorpio personalities ain't no job worth all that. If my job is gonna have my skin and I'm gonna be cut up and leg broke, I don't need that job. No job is worth it. Okay, so I don't do grills because, and then I did the grill a couple of times when I worked in the restaurant industry, but I would wear long sleeves and protect my skin and wear gloves. And I just did that for like a week or two. I tried it. I'm like, the grill, I can't do grill work because it's too hot, especially in those fast food restaurants. Those, the grill area is packed with too many people, and it's just like a crazy house, right? It's just like real insane, y'all. So with the narcissist and the eviction process, it's just something that has to come. A true empathic person doesn't make fun of people when they're being evicted. I'm an actual, I call myself an aware empath. I am aware. I am not going to make fun of nobody that's being evicted. And this is why I could be in the same situation next week. Takes a lot of work to lease now. It does. It takes a lot of work. And so you got to constantly keep the place clean, keep the maintenance going. You got to consistently come up with this rent money. And yeah, so it's not much. The narcissist in the eviction process, don't sign up to help too many people, y'all. It will backfire. All will happen is you'll end up homeless too. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I gotta go get my tea right quick, so I will be right back. I'm taking a break. So let me cut on some break music for y'all. I'm gonna take a little break here, y'all. Yeah, with narcissists in the eviction process, you wanna always behave good natured because you want to be good natured and you want to be resourceful. Sometimes for the narcissist, and I'm calling both of them narcissists, Kaylin and Elijah. They're natural narcissists just because of their age. They're young and dumb, and two kids that ain't got no business out there anyway. And if Elijah would have left her at the shelter, they might have would have helped get her maybe a free place. See, sometimes narcissists, another thing that's wrong with narcissists is they're extremely impatient, and their lack of patience backfires. So what happens is everything becomes kind of counterproductive, and everything really backfires. So it's just not a good deal. So narcissists and the eviction process is something that just usually will come. And the advantage is if you've been evicted or was displaced yourself, you will be able to see it coming. Please click a like, please, pretty please. You'll be able to kind of see it coming. So, and it is preventable. It is preventable. That amount that they owe could have been paid if they would have been focused. Another thing with narcissists, another thing they like to do that hurts them is they love to have company, y'all. They love to have company. And company, when you're trying to pay your rent, you don't need company. You need incomes. And so Break time, y'all. Break time. A 3-minute break time. Go get your tea and coffee and come back. Get you a bite to eat and come back. Break time, y'all. Break time. Come back though, okay? 3 minutes. Thank you so much for holding, y'all. I appreciate you. So check this out. One of the things I like about narcissists, or that's interesting, not necessarily like, but this is the one part. I'll tell you this with narcissists and the eviction process. Check this out, y'all. Click a like, y'all. So they're gonna be going through this potential eviction process, right? But guess what's in the building, y'all? In the apartment building y'all live in. Now I ain't never heard this in my whole life. Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I need more than this, please. No, I'm not. I need more than this. It's some in the bag. There's a bag that's on that little bin in the dining room. So there's a bag with some napkins in there. So yeah. So anyway, y'all, with the narcissist in the eviction process, so there's goats and their roosters, goats and roosters in their apartment building. There's tenants there that actually have goats and roosters. And you know, in general, state laws are different in every state, but usually I was a property manager. Thank you so much, Daniel. I was a property manager for 5 years here on the West Coast, and what I do know is that goats and roosters were not allowed. Now you could have a dog, and in some complexes they will only allow small dogs. Um, oh, somebody's asking a question. Okay, so somebody asked a question. Natalie, how is it that the balance reached 10,000? Good question. Actually, I'm being a little discreet by saying it's over 10,000. So I'm kind of keeping the amount somewhat confidential. It's over 10,000, under 15,000. It's in between there. Okay. Just to kind of keep people business confidential. But it happened because there was an agency that was supposed to kind of help with some of the payments when Elijah lost his job. And that particular program, those checks got robbed. Okay, so there was a switch of management. So those checks from that particular program that was supposed to kick in and help when Elijah lost his mechanic job, the agency is saying they mailed them off, but the landlord or the management office is saying those checks did not come. And so, to be quite frank, what's really happening, see, this is the thing with narcissists in the eviction process. Narcissists, they have too much company over. So, see, the thing is, if I got an outside agency helping to pay my bill, I'm going to be more keeping track of that, right? So, narcissists in the eviction process, it's what they're doing with their spare time before this even happens. So, stuff like having company, having the drinking buddies over, hanging out, eating out a lot. What happens with the narcissists in the eviction process? They're living above their means, and they income say state welfare check and food stamps. So they're living above their means. And it got that big because Elijah believes that the woman should be a housewife. Nah, baby, I lost my job. I lost my mechanic job, and you need to put these kids in daycare and go to work. And then what can happen if what should happen, the correct way to do it, she goes to work, the kids in daycare, and he can find a job while the kids are in daycare. But there's a lot of other issues that go in with this. The narcissist, they're not grooming themselves properly all the time. If you want a job, y'all, I mean, walking around, hair not done, wrinkled clothes, sometimes your teeth brushed, sometimes they not, like if he really want to come up, if Elijah wants to make a come up in life, he got to return to the way I raised him. He got to say, okay, my mama taught me to use the motorized toothbrush, the electric toothbrush. My mama taught me to get the clothes out the dryer right away, or when you wash your clothes, hang it up right away so it don't wrinkle and stuff. Just having some better skills. So Elijah he wants to do what he wants to do. So yeah, thanks for asking that question, Natalie. But that's why the bill got so high. It just built up over time. And in this particular complex that they're in, it's a very huge complex. And there's other tenants that owe 10 and 15,000. They let their bills get very, very high at this particular complex, which definitely hurts the tenants in the long run. But they let their bills get very high. Elijah's not the only one there with a bill that high. They actually have allowed other people to have a very high bill as well. It's not just Elijah that's the one that's subjected with the high bill. And so there's other tenants going through that as well. But the thing with these situations is you want to understand this. You can't change people per se, and you don't want to enable people to you don't want to be an enabler to people. You just don't. It won't it actually hurts their life. So it's all preventable. one of them, if one of them would have got a job, that bill wouldn't be that high. Just one of them getting a job. It don't take both of them getting a job, even if just one person would have had a job. But I blame that shelter that Elijah went to. That shelter did a disservice. They knew he wasn't ready. They knew he wasn't ready. If I would have been a case manager at that shelter, I automatically would have known how that was going to turn out, realistically. But those are there's a lot of narcissistic case managers that work at those shelters, y'all, and they can know you're gonna fail. And see, the thing with those case managers, when you are someone that can speak well and stuff, they mistake you for being more business savvy than you really are. And so, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm cleaning my makeshift studio here while I'm doing this video. So they consider you more business savvy. And I would say Elijah and Caitlin, they really try really hard to take care of their business. I don't see them as failures. I just see them as having unrealistic goals of thinking that the welfare system alone is going to supply their needs when we live in such an expensive state. You know, it's not like back in the day where you're getting, okay, you're on a fixed income and your rent's $200. These rents now are pretty high. So yeah, Natalie, thanks for asking that question. Yeah, that's how the balance got that high. The rent is $1,500. So it doesn't take very long to rack up a $10,000 bill when your rent is $1,500. And for what they were offering, $1,500 for an old studio with the pipes busted. I'm surprised the whole floor ain't caved in, y'all. There's water damage. This building won't even fix the pipes. They're pretty much, eventually it sounds like they're going to have to condemn the building. They got goats and roosters in the building. They won't fix the pipes. Eventually the building might just be condemned and they just have to tear it down or something. I've seen this happen before. It's happened. So people try their best. People want to be on their own. But the thing is, I was trying to warn them, and it's just not how I live, right? So the thing is, this is the thing. I was just watching this video of this this lady. She is like between 83 and 92 years old. She's a black lady too. And she had 2 kids, a son and daughter. She raised them. Their dad died, which was her husband. And she ended up falling, and they left her on the floor for over 8 hours, didn't answer her phone. Then when they came, didn't answer her phone call. Then when they came to visit her, after she had been stuck on the floor 8 hours, they were just talking about putting her in a nursing home and getting her money and having this conversation right in front of her, y'all. And she's like, no, that's not going to happen. So she got her lawyer involved, and her kids got a lawyer and tried to declare their mom crazy because she decided, I'm only going to leave y'all $1. So, and this is the thing with children like that. The thing is, it's your parents' money. Narcissistic children, I would understand that. My mother or father or grandmother don't have to give me their money. It's their money. Now, if they want to leave their money to you because they think you a good person, that's what they should do. But anyone, I don't care if You're a billionaire. You ain't got to leave your kids your money. It's your money. You leave your money to who you want to give it to. But this particular lady, she was like, I think 92 years old. She didn't look at y'all. She's like a rich lady. She decided not to give them kids her money. Now, if that was my mother, I would have just backed off. Okay, she don't want to give me her money. But her kids were very wicked narcissists. This lady was 92 years old. And they could end up being narcissists that's in the eviction process. So check this out. I'm glad I brought this up, right? How do some wealthy narcissists that come from wealthy families, because you're looking at it like, how are you in the eviction process and your mother has millions and millions of dollars? That's because her kids are so mean and evil, she cut them out, basically disowning them from her money. It's called legally disowning your kids. If you don't want to leave your children any money, you have to legally disown them. Okay, so it's a status under the legal system to make it where they don't get any of your assets, whether you're living or passed away. So they called her an old woman, told her if they daddy was living, he would have gave them the money. And once they realized that she wasn't going to share her money no more, both of her narcissist kids went no contact with her. They was very cruel to her. She ended up making it through it though and having her own life. But the issue is they wasted so much of her years away, and she just didn't know that they were demons like that. And this lady, oh, check out what her kids did. Her son and daughter, they took every photo that she ever took with them when she was taking them places. So this was a rich lady that spent quality time with her children too. They took every photo that she was on with them and mailed all the photos back to her. Just some wicked ass narcissist kids. Those are some wicked people. And the issue with that is me bringing up the narcissist in the eviction process. They could end up being evicted one day or even losing their homes because they've screwed over a good lady that got basically a lot of bank. So that's how narcissists end up in the eviction process too. Or being highly narcissistic and not managing money right. You know, it just seems like it just ain't enough money nowadays. But I think the goal should be for us all to create more incomes. I think that's the catch. Being able to create more incomes. I'm wiping this other device down, y'all. Being able to create more incomes so ultimately you can save more. Minimum should be saved $10 a month per person from the time they're born. I've never understood the value of small money until now. And people that understood the value of small money ended up being richer than me because they understood the value of putting a little money to the side and how it would build up over time. I'm learning that now, but I didn't know that then. I wasn't taught how to save. I was taught how to make money and spend it. I was not taught to be a saver, but I'm trying to change that curse in my family. I'm trying to teach my family how to save. And just because you teach them don't mean they're going to want to do it. And that's just how it works. So let me read this comment here. So Natalie X5Y1R says, the sad thing is a lot of children, thank you so much for the chat in the comment. A lot of children remember how their parents treated them and want revenge. Yeah, but in this case, this wasn't a mom that mistreated them. I get what you're saying though, because I had a grandmother and mother that was highly neglectful. And so those situations are a little different, but this particular lady, she had money and she spent quality time with her children. So I think what happened in this case with this 92-year-old lady, I think her kids are genetically flawed. Her children might be psychopaths. Her children behaved like they had no conscience. Their mother's only value to them was her money. Keep in mind, let me tell you how I know her kids might be just born psychopaths, right? For them to take every photo that she ever took of them and she was on the photos with them. She's on the photos hugging her children. She's at places and events with her children. Only a psychopath could mail all the photos back to their mother just because she's refusing money. Something about her kids, they have no conscience. It's something missing in their brain. It may be a genetic link from her husband that passed away. It's in the family. Those children behave like psychopaths. See, I was the opposite. When I was raised, my grandmother had her own restaurant, right? I stayed away from her cash register because I was always showing my grandmother, I don't want your money. I want your time. I want your love. And my grandmother lost me because she wasn't offering me the emotional connection. I wanted my grandmother, her. I wanted to spend time with her. I wanted us to love one another. I didn't want her money. Anybody will tell you, if you lined up a bunch of people and that was at my grandmother's restaurant and you asked them, was Irene hanging around the register a lot? They will tell you I was always upstairs, outside, or in the lobby part of the restaurant. I was not known to be hanging around my grandmother's register. Because for one, I did it for this. I stayed away from my grandmother's cash register because that's what she was addicted to. And I wanted to show her passive aggressively that her money doesn't control me. Bob Marley said this, they so poor all they got is money. That's what I was trying to show my grandmother. I was trying to show her she's poor. And you can't buy me. I know that you neglected me. I know that you're not telling me you love me. I know that you don't hug me regularly and, compliment me and come to my school events. And, my grandmother was highly neglectful. And I knew something was wrong with it because sometimes I go visit my mother here and there and hang out. And my mother would always give me this big sloppy kiss on my jaw. I couldn't stand it at the time. But my mother was able to show some kind of emotional love and affection. So, a child like Natalie says, the kids want revenge because of how their parents treated them. But some kids are getting revenge and it's not warranted. The parent was actually good. And that's because the child is a psychopath. The child is born this way and their frontal lobe is damaged and they have no conscience. So this story I saw with this particular lady that's 92 years old, I'll try to find the video. It's in my history. I was just watching it over the last couple of days. I'll try to find that video in the description box below. And the narcissist and the eviction process is just something that will go on in their life. Narcissists will be evicted through court orders. I've learned this. For one, okay, I have a household. The police department is not securing my home 24 hours a day. So I've learned not to take on people and be careful who you have in the house, because if they turn on you, the problem is, or they start mistreating you or abusing you, The police don't live at your house 24 hours a day, and I don't want anybody hurt. And I'm not going to hand my life over to anyone anymore. So my life is my life. So Kaylin, she knew when she had these two children that her biological mother was deceased. This is the type of person I am. I went ahead, I had my children, I had many of them, but I knew I was a working person. But if I was not a lady that was willing to work, I would have gave my children up for adoption or gave them away. I only went ahead and kept my children because, for one, I love my children and I knew I would work. But having babies and your plan and goal is to be on the welfare system and not work and corrupt these kids and have these kids with all kind of behavior issues, and then to groom someone's son to be a bum and have him babysitting your kids full time too, like he's a daycare and he can't even go to work. Kaylin created her own situation. She was also giving my son liquor, and he wasn't even of age to drink. She wants a bum, right? And then she got what she asked for. The lawyer has processed the eviction. And when you are truly being a borderline bum in a certain area and you're not listening, this is the outcome, the narcissist and the eviction process. This will truly be their outcome. And it's nothing I can do about it. Narcissists like this, they will not listen to me. When I tried to prevent this situation, all Elijah did was downgrade the way I did things. He told me I was a stupid woman because I worked and took my children to daycare. One of the children being him. He said that's stupid. But he's silenced right now because that big old bill and being served by an attorney, maybe the eviction won't go through. Maybe both of them can go get a job and work out some kind of payment arrangement. Because it's not a court eviction yet. It's just the beginning process where the attorneys are starting the eviction. But this was all preventable. But the problem with narcissists and just Scorpio personality in general, people don't want to listen to Scorpios. People don't listen to Scorpios because people are always more focused on what we used to be and what happened to us in the past. People are always thinking that way. But that's why I could give you the advice I could give you. Most likely, I've tried it that way or never did it that way. I never even tried it that way. I already know, thinking that I'm going to be a housewife on welfare, I know that that's not going to work. You're on welfare, state welfare, that's not going to work. You got to get a job. You're an able-bodied citizen. You got to go to school, get your high school diploma, go to college and work. I don't care if you're just working at McDonald's or wherever you want to work. McDonald's is an excellent company to work for. They pay for school. They will pay for you to go to college. They'll pay for your entire degree, especially if you work for a corporate store. You got to work for a corporate store to get that benefit. And you got to be in a state where those corporate stores pay for college. Okay. So the narcissism in the eviction process, it's just bound to happen. It's nothing I could do to stop it. Because a narcissist will not listen to me. And I try to tell them the right advice because I know they're going to be sad when they lose their place. See, narcissists is another thing. Let me tell you what narcissists do. They think I'm jealous of them, y'all. I'm not jealous of you. I'm proud of you. You got your own place. I want you to keep it. They actually believe I'm jealous of them. I just know if you don't do the moves that I'm teaching you to do, and you don't do these particular steps, I know that you're gonna lose your residence. I already know I'm gonna be in my residence while you losing yours. So I'm not jealous. I want you to be just as stable as me. But narcissists will not understand that. I don't know why they do that with Scorpios, y'all. Scorpios, we're not envious of people that have places. That's not the type of jealousy we feel. All this stuff that's painted about Scorpios, that's why I like the original encyclopedias where it tells the difference between a lady Scorpio and a male Scorpio, because Scorpios, we're not envious of your success. We're truly not. Males may be a little different, but even then, they're not envious of your success, especially if they can benefit from it. Scorpio males, they want you to be successful so they can benefit from it. They may devalue your success if they don't like you, a male Scorpio. But ladies are different. I want people to be successful. It makes me sad, when people are going through the eviction process, even if they're a narcissist. It's sadder when it happens to a narcissist. You know why? Because they don't know how to pull out of it like empaths do. They don't know how to take accountability. They actually get more scared. You should read these texts. I'm scared, Mom. But you should have been scared. Why ain't they scared sooner? Narcissists get scared. They wait until the gunfire comes, then get scared. Or to there's the earthquake. They gotta wait until the tornado comes. And they do that in every situation. Over time, I wish that I would have had a mother like me. If I would have had a mother like me, a lot of bad things that happened to me never would have happened. Never would have happened. Because I break it down through logic and through explaining it to you. And then when I can't reach you and you're not listening, I just have to let it go. Yep. Thank you so much, Natalie, for the next chat you left. Yeah, but yeah, in some cases, I loved your comment because it opens it up for discussion. Some people are getting revenge because their parents treated them a certain way, or they're retaliating and escaping at the minimum. But this particular story of this 92-year-old lady, the clue in this situation was when her son and daughter, they behave like psychopaths. I'm not going to lie. They took every photo she ever took with them and of them, and they took a big box and mailed every photo back. There was no conscience in them, and they did it just because she cut them off from the money. So this means this. So psychopathic kids, they're born kind of like deformed. So their frontal lobe is damaged. They found this out through MRIs, right? And so are x-rays. I think usually through the MRIs, the brain scans and all that. So her son and daughter, when they was looking at the photos with their mother, they didn't feel nothing for her. They didn't feel nothing for her. And so then when she called them and said she received the photos, they told her it was over. And this woman raised them their entire life. All over money, y'all. She told them she's not leaving her money to them. This is what it's over. So Natalie says, Natalie X5Y1R says, what I don't understand about some of the narcs is they have high paying jobs but have horrible spending habits. One narc I knew wasted so much money on junk. Yes, they live above their means. And what happens with narcissists? manipulation tactics by those children. Yes, yes. The thing with that is, I wish she would have discovered it sooner with the 92-year-old lady, because this is a lady that I could feel the money off of her. This lady's got millions and millions of dollars. This lady's rich, right? So that's how she loved. She gave money and spent time with him, but they just wanted her for money. They was willing to commit her to a nursing home and everything. And this lady was not nursing home material. She didn't need a nursing home. It looked like they maybe had her phone call blocked or something. I mean, she was on the ground for 8 hours. She was already 80 some years old at that point, or between 80 and 90. I mean, if you leave a 25-year-old or an 18-year-old on the floor for 8 hours because they fell, anyone can fall. So if you leave that person on the ground so long, they suffer, right? They need to be hospitalized sooner. So they left her on the floor so long, and she was older, so she suffered collateral consequences, medical collateral consequences, because she was on the floor so long. And she just needed to heal. She had a fall. She wasn't completely paralyzed. She just needed to heal. So they was ready to like throw her away. They want to just throw her away. Because see, the thing is, if they could get her committed to a nursing home sooner, they can collect on her money sooner, like she's already dead. So they wanted, their whole goal was to collect on her money. That's it. They didn't love their mother. Those psychopathic children, they don't love their mother. Those are more than narcissists. Anytime my grandmother greatly neglected me, and I would never take a photo of me and her and mail it back and say, I'm done with you, because I'm not a psychopath. And this lady, this 92-year-old lady, she was rich and spent time with her children. Those photos they was mailing back, those are photos of her, numerous photos of her spending time with the children. She was not neglectful emotionally as well. She took up time with these children, and they just did her like that because she gave birth to psychopaths. There's a genetic gene in her family, or on the dad's side. Their dad was deceased. So she had a husband. She was a widow. She had a husband that passed away, which was their biological father. So that psychopathic gene comes from one or both sides of the family. You know, rich people, y'all, rich and poor people, the psychopathic gene is in the families, and it's a pool gene, so it comes back up through the kids. So let me see, Natalie X5R. Thank you so much for the chat. You say, I worked in an assisted living facility where a resident daughter was deemed a danger to her because the daughter and the son-in-law used her for her money and abused her. Yeah, financial abuse. Oh, just Natalie. Okay, I apologize. Just Natalie. Okay, so yeah, no problem, Natalie. And I'd rather just call you just Natalie. I would actually rather do that, but I just try to be detail oriented. So you've seen this firsthand. So check this out. This 92-year-old lady, and I'm gonna find this video, right? This 92-year-old lady that this happened to, this is what her son and daughter was trying to do to her. So Natalie, the situation you're describing, her son and daughter was trying to put her in an assisted living home so they could drain her pockets. See, because what happens is, of course, you know about this because you worked in assisted living. Her daughter and son would have gained power of attorney, guardianship. And with power of attorney, they would have took medical power of attorney over her, financial power attorney over her and legal power of attorney over her. They would have got the power of attorney in all areas. And they got a lawyer to try to declare that their mother was not able to make logical decisions. And she had to see a psychiatrist and get a mental health eval. And they declared that she could make financial decisions. So let me see if this is the video. I'm going to let you hear it right now. Hold on. I think this is it right now. Yeah, she's 92. Let me see if this is the video. Hold on. She said she's 92.
I'm 92 years old. I'm 92 years old. My own children don't see me anymore. They just see a problem to be solved. I gave them everything, and they left me on the floor for 8 hours. Let me tell you what happened. It started with love, of course. My husband Arthur was the love of my life. After he died, my kids were my whole world. My daughter Cynthia.
And remember, I'm going to put this video in the description box so you'll get to see it for yourself. Remember, my channel and this channel here, it's like a radio show. So imagine you can see the video once the live is over. So I'll put this video in the description box. But this is this lady's testimony. She's 92, and this is what her son and daughter did to her.
My son David. I was their rock. I babysat. I wrote checks. I was always there. Cynthia once told me, "Mom, you're our rock." I was so proud. But you see, a rock doesn't get visited. It just gets leaned on. The first crack came at my 70th birthday, a party at David's house. I was getting napkins and I heard him on the phone in the kitchen. He said, "Just got to get through the old girl's party. Then the real fun starts." The old girl. That's what I was. An obligation. A chore. It felt like ice in my chest. But I made excuses for him. I always did. For 20 years after that, I made myself small. I was so careful not to be a bother. I scheduled my life around theirs. I never called late. When my grandson needed tuition, I paid it secretly. David said it was stressful. My savings got smaller. My world got smaller. I just waited in my apartment for the phone to ring. Then I fell. I was reaching for a picture of Arthur. My hip broke. The pain was terrible. I called Cynthia. Voicemail. I called David. Voicemail. I lay on that floor for 8 hours. I banged on the floor until my neighbor heard. The ambulance came. At the hospital, Cynthia showed up. She smelled like perfume. She said, "Mom, why didn't you call?" David came the next day. They stood at the end of my bed and talked about me like I wasn't there. Assisted living, selling my home. It was a done deal. That's when I said no. One word. The room got very cold. Cynthia said, "Don't be difficult." David said I was irrational. They left. And then, nothing. No calls. No visits. It was a punishment for not doing what I was told. In that silence, I finally saw the truth. All my care, all my love, it bought me nothing. No loyalty. Just an empty ledger. So I got angry. Anger is good fuel. It gets you moving. I hired a lawyer. Her name is Marta. I changed my will. Everything I have, the apartment, the stocks, it's all going to a community arts fund named for Arthur. My children get $1 each. Marta asked if I was sure. I was never more sure. Let them be a bank's problem now. They found out. A letter went to David's house by mistake. Cynthia came to my door screaming. David called with legal threats. He said, after all we've done for you, I just listened. I looked at these strangers. Their anger wasn't about losing a mother. It was about losing money. That was my final proof. They took me to court. They said I was too old to think for myself. They said I was a confused, bitter old woman. I sat in that courtroom. My lawyer showed my records. The judge asked me questions. I told her about the 8 hours on the floor. I told her about the voicemails. She said no to them. I looked at my children's faces. They hated me. I had become their enemy. I sold my apartment. I moved to a new place. Here, I'm just Eleanor. I play chess. I write. The silence they gave me is now my peace. I miss the children I thought I had. But that grief is clear now. It's not the sick ache of hoping anymore. So I'm telling you this. I see you.
And those are not children in the way that you think that, especially when you hear the part, she's going to tell you about the photos they mail back. Right there, that showed their psychopathy, right? Because think about it. They were blessed to have this lady. See, this lady, there was a whole box of photos that she's actually on with her kids. I didn't even have that with my grandmother. I had a few photos with my grandmother, but my grandmother was like this lady. She was rich, but she didn't offer me the emotional time that this lady did. Okay. So they're very ungrateful and they're not truly understanding because they're psychopaths. So they don't understand it. So they probably didn't even look at her on the photos. They have no connection with their mother because of their psychopathy. So when a child has psychopathy, even if they're an undiagnosed psychopath, these are undiagnosed psychopaths. They have no bond with their mother. It doesn't matter what she did for them. They not feeling it. She felt it because she's not a psychopath. So this lady basically got disabled kids. These kids are genetically flawed. I don't know where the gene comes from, but she has some cruel children. And she did the right thing by taking them out of her future, taking them out of being able to inherit anything from her. They're very unsafe too. So the thing is with these type of psychopaths, you don't want to keep falling around them because they'll go to any means. Next time she fall, one of them might strangle her to death or smother her out or something, right? So these type of people are dangerous.
The one making yourself
fair use, y'all. Thank you so much for the other like.
Small.
And Natalie, especially, thank you so much for your good chats and comments and providing conversation and insight here. Thank you so much for your advanced insight. I appreciate it.
I'm waiting by the phone. You are buying love with a currency they don't accept. Stop, please. Invest in yourself. Build your own life. Don't become a footnote in someone else's story. Don't waste your life caring for people who don't. One day you might be 92.
Thank you, Natalie. I appreciate that. Natalie says, she said, you're welcome. Natalie has a very assertive, good communication style. An assertive communication style, when you look up that communication style, it's a communication style. It's not passive aggressive and it's not aggressive. You have three main communication styles: aggressive, passive aggressive, and assertive. Assertive communication style is the best one because neither person is interrupting the other. You speak, they speak, it's polite. Thank you, you're welcome. Everything is in everything's congruent and very easy flowing. And to do this, it helps if you have empathy. Natalie has empathy. The empathy allows you to have assertive communication. Oh, you're welcome, Natalie. Thank you for asking the questions. And I just wanted to explain like more about this case because I'm finding more and more how parents are being victimized. And not in all cases is the parent in the wrong. She spoiled these freaking kids and she didn't know they were psychopaths. See, the kids came with a bad seed. They bad seeds, right? She didn't know what they were. She didn't know to look for it. See, it's things you can look for in these children to see it when they're younger, but you got to know what to look for. She didn't know what to look for because there was always like a transaction like relationship with these kids. So they offered smiles and happiness when she bought them things and did things for them. So it was a transactional relationship the entire time. She didn't know it. She had to learn the hard way. She had never experienced this. Okay. She just thought she was being a good mom. But what I like about this lady, what shows who the true victim is how they mailed all them photos back. And she was in the photos with these Negroes taking care of these niggas. Because, see, her kids, these some niggas, these some ignorant fucks, right? This is a rich, healthy black lady. She reminded me of my grandmother's friend, Miss Starks. Miss Starks owned a funeral home, and she was one of my grandmother's best friends. She lived to over 100 years old. I think she's still alive, maybe. I don't think she's died. She lives in this mansion in St. Louis, Missouri, and this lady kind of looks like Miss Starks. She got the weight good, and Miss Starks was a funeral home owner in St. Louis, Missouri, and she loved my little sister and I a lot, and she was one of my grandmother's good friends. And so this lady, this 92-year-old lady, she got some stupid ass kids. These kids are degenerates. They fucked off all this money. How do you fuck this up? You got a 92-year-old mom that's rich, man. Go pick the lady up off the floor. This is just simple. They should do it even if she poor. If this lady ain't got no money, just because they raised her, they should go pick her up off the floor. They in the same city with her. Why leave her on the floor for 8 hours and they damn down the street 30 minutes away? These niggas wasn't far from her. It's very sad. So I'm gonna play the video. Fair use, y'all. And remember, I'm gonna put this video in the description box as well.
You might be invisible to them. Don't be invisible to yourself first.
And I apologize. I try to avoid using the nigga word, but it's appropriate for these undiagnosed psychopaths she got. These niggas are crew. Okay, so I call white people niggas too, y'all. If she was white, I call them both niggas. Basically, it's another word for a degenerate. You could be white, black, Asian, Spanish. If you do your rich mama like this and then mail all the photos back or all the good times she had with your ass, this is some fucked up children.
Yourself first. Choose yourself now, before the floor gets cold. Be your own anchor. Let my story be your permission. Let my story be your permission. You see, after I moved to Pine Grove, I had to learn how to live again. Honestly, it was harder than I thought. For so long, my whole day was built around waiting for a call, waiting for a visit. Now, the day was just mine. It felt empty at first, big and scary. I'd sit in my new little apartment and just stare at the wall. The quiet was so loud. But here's the thing. I had to choose. I could sit in that quiet and disappear, which is what they probably expect.
Mhm. You calling me a name? Look, Daniel up here acting silly, y'all. He heard me saying the N word. We use Negro around here instead of nigga. But in this case, I mean,
or I could fill it. So I went down to the common room. There was a chessboard set up. A man named Walter was playing against himself. I sat down. I said, "Your move." He looked surprised. We played. I beat him. He laughed and said, "Well, you're full of surprises." That was the first time someone had said that to me in 30 years. I joined the writing group. The first day, the leader, a nice woman named Gail, asked us to write about a turning point. Everyone else started writing about weddings or babies.
I kind of want to do that, y'all. Join a writing group. It sounds like a lot of fun. Joining a writing group.
Or retirement. I just sat there. My pen didn't move. All I could think about was the floor, the cold pattern of the rug against my cheek, the way the light moved. Gail came over. She said, "It's okay, Eleanor. Start anywhere." So I did. I wrote, "I am 92. I lay on the floor for 8 hours."
This is the commercial, y'all. Please forgive me. Let me get out of that.
And once I started, I couldn't stop. The words just came out. I read it aloud. My voice shook. When I finished, the room was quiet. Then a man named Frank, who'd been a teacher, said, "Thank you for telling us." No one had ever thanked me for my truth before. Meanwhile, the legal stuff wasn't over. David and Cynthia, they appealed the court's decision. Marcia called me. Her voice was calm but serious. "They're trying again, Eleanor. They're claiming undue influence, saying I manipulated you."
Oh yeah, Natalie, about the father having the gene. So Natalie said this, y'all. She said, I'm leaning on what you said about the father having the gene. Yeah, because it can come from either side. Or it could be a pull gene from the mother's side. See, she doesn't have to be. So put it like this. Okay, the gene. So, okay. HG Tutor explains this. Okay, so this, I'm going to be a little critical of the mother right here. Okay, don't take this the wrong way. HG Tutor calls it a lack of control environment. So, a lack of control environment is an environment where children are being spoiled, neglected, or not having their basic needs met. So, their hierarchy of human needs are not met. So, she provided an environment. She spoiled these kids. See, they never had to work or do anything for her love. She just gave to them. They smiled. These kids probably wasn't even saying thank you to her when they was little, y'all. All the red flags were there. So basically, if the psychopathic gene or narcissistic gene is on one or both sides of the family, HG Tutor also explains, because he does videos on how you become a narcissist. For one, there was no intervention. So there was no auntie that showed the kids something different. So you can make kids, or you can feed their psychopathy through spoiling them and not, giving them what they want. See, she should have stopped providing big financial support to these kids when she was younger so she could see their nature when they younger. See, she found out their true nature when she was older. So she didn't know this. She just thought you give and you get love back. She had to learn this lesson the hard way. It's something she didn't know about. Okay. She might not even realize they're a psychopath. She might not, even though this happened to her, Nobody has probably called them psychopaths. Her lawyer might have said, oh, your kids are narcissists, but that minimizes it because her kids could be much more. They sure could. Yeah. Thank you, Natalie. And I'm explaining, where I learned other information from. So even though she provided them with a lot of money, thank you so much, Natalie. Natalie said you nailed it. So even though she provided them with a lot of money, because there was no discipline and the kids didn't really have to do much to get it, there's no earning of this money, right? So that creates what HD Tutor would call a lack of control environment. So just because they're not in poverty doesn't mean they're not in a lack of control environment. My grandmother, she had plenty of money, but I was in a lack of control environment because I was being neglected. However, the reason I didn't turn out to be a narcissist or a psychopath, I didn't turn out to be a psychopath because I'm not born a psychopath, for one. And I didn't come out to be a narcissist because there was intervention. I had James, I had other relatives that who is that? Where is he at? Tell him walk home. Bring the phone here, Daniel. Okay, so yeah, so I didn't turn out to be a narcissist because there was intervention. Okay, let me see what this says here. Oh, okay. Natalie says writing removes emotional stagnation. Okay. And so please do it. Write about a bird or squirrel tying your shoes, anything, laugh out loud. Okay, I see what you're saying, right? Yeah, and I journal a lot now. And so yeah, right. Thank you. So yeah, remove stagnation. I agree with that. Let me do a screenshot of that so I can remember that. Writing removes emotional stagnation. Thank you, Natalie, so much. I love when someone that's assertive, that's using logic and that has empathy all combined comes into the chat. And Natalie, you have such good penmanship, and your writing is beautiful. I like the way you write. It's so pretty. Yeah, you have very good writing skills. All your words are spelled properly. Very intelligent. You write, yes, I could tell. Yeah, you're very your talent is coming right through your writing here. Yeah, I could tell. I sure can. Writers, they type a certain way, y'all. I can tell a writer the way they type too. Now my penmanship is bad. Natalie, is your penmanship bad too when you actually write with a pen? But our penmanship comes through with the way we type. Yeah, mine's horrible too. Writers, our penmanship is horrible. But I can at least write good enough with a pen to where it's legible. It's legible where I can read it, but the way we type is so pretty. It's different than just a regular chat. I could just tell. So fair use. Let me play this video again so you can hear what happened to this poor lady.
Saying I manipulated you. I felt that old, cold feeling. But then
Now remember, this lady's 92 now. I think this whole ordeal started happening when she was 70 and up. And so her son and daughter, her undiagnosed psychopath son and daughter is what I'm gonna call them. Her husband died, which was their father. So there was a rich mom and dad, which is this lady, and they just had two kids, the son and daughter. And they were in a lack of control environment, according to what HD Tutor would say, because they were spoiled. They were financially spoiled, and they got support in all areas, money, emotional. She spent time with them. It was nothing that they lacked. So they were spoiled. And it's dangerous to spoil an undiagnosed psychopath. It is.
But then I felt the anger, warm and solid. I told him,
she lucky that when they came and picked her up and finally came 8 hours later, she lucky both of them didn't beat the crap out of her. Some of them would do that too. Some kids would have whooped her real bad. She lucky. They might have wanted to do it too, but just was afraid due to legal consequences or something.
let them try. The papers came. A process server brought them to Pine Grove. He handed me the envelope right in the lobby. My hand shook holding it. I went to my apartment and called Marta. We met. She explained it all. They were saying I was a vulnerable old woman, that I'd been tricked by a slick lawyer. They wanted a new psychological evaluation.
And notice how they keep calling their mom an old woman, right? It's very disgraceful the way they reference to her. And they call her that when they talking to her too. It's real bad how they doing her. And you can tell this mom, I could pretty much get a good feeling about her. She's not the type that name called them. And that's their problem too. See, they ain't never had no tough discipline. So all of this, they ain't never been cussed out. They ain't never been called a name. That creates a narcissist too. They were not subjected to abuse, but they're naturally abusers. Fair use, y'all.
Wanted a new psychological evaluation.
Hey, Isaiah. How you doing? Glad you made it home. Lock the door, please. I got people coming in from work, y'all.
I looked at Marta. I said, let's give them one. The day of the evaluation came. A Dr. Evans, a young man with a kind face.
Look, she got to get an evaluation. This they mom. She got to get an evaluation to prove that she ain't crazy because her son and daughter, these undiagnosed psychopaths, are taking her to court for her money. That's disrespectful. Your mama don't want to give you her money. She don't have to. They didn't work and earn this money. Their mother and their father earned the money. So when the dad died, he left all the money to the mother. And I mean, the dad, he probably knew something was wrong with these kids. That's why he left it all to his wife. That's what they get. So if the dad really wanted them to have some money and thought that they was good children, he would have left them a separate trust account. Notice he left it all to his wife. He know these kids wasn't going to be shit. He actually protected his wife from their own children because he left it all to his wife, not them badass kids. He probably knew something was wrong with their ass too and didn't want to tell her. A lot of men will do that, but he left all the money to his wife, which is their biological father, and then he left her with control. So that was a good thing her husband did that. She should thank her husband for leaving all the money to her so she don't have to give any of the money to these bad, undiagnosed, psychopathic, abusive kids that left her on the ground for 8 hours and didn't answer their freaking phone on purpose, because that's how they did her, y'all. And they right in the same state with her.
Evans, a young man with a kind face. He asked me questions. What year is it? Who is the president? Then he asked harder ones. Why did you change your will, Eleanor? I told him. Simple, clear. I told him about the birthday party, about the 8 hours, about the hospital bed conversation. I didn't cry. My voice was steady. He asked, do you feel your children love you? That one hurt. I took a breath. I said, I feel they loved what I could do for them. That's not the same thing. He just nodded and wrote something down. A week later, Marta called. The doctor's report was in. It said I was of sound mind. Exceptionally clear and rational, it said. The The appeal was dead. When Marta told me, I just sat down. I thought I'd feel victorious again, but I didn't. I just felt tired and sad.
Sorry, y'all. This is a commercial.
And sad. A deep, heavy sad. It was really, truly over. They had used their last weapon and it had failed. I was
Yeah, Natalie, I agree. It is horrible what they did to her, but it's a learning lesson. It is.
free. But my children were gone. Not just absent, gone. We were enemies in a war I never wanted. That night I didn't go to chess or writing group. I stayed in. I looked at an old photo of them when they were small. David with a missing tooth. Cynthia with pigtails. I cried then. I cried for the babies I held, for the people I thought they'd become, for the mother I tried so hard to be. I let it all out. It was a storm.
See, she was able to bond. The mother, this 92-year-old lady, and remember it happened prior when she was like 70 and up, I think. So she was able to bond with those photos, but her undiagnosed psychopathic children, they were not bonding with those photos. That's why they was able to put them all in a box and just mail them back to her.
But when it passed, I felt clean, like a fever had broken. The grief was still there, but it was honest now. It was for what was lost, not for what I was still hopelessly trying to get. The next morning, I got up. I went to the common room. Walter was there. He had the chessboard set up. He said,
and Walter is her new friend that's genuine, that she plays chess with and stuff. And this lady, she's not in a nursing home. Like in this video, you can see her home in the background, and it's actually her home. So she's still living in her house because she fought them in court. She had to fight her own kids in court. They was trying to take everything from her, y'all, her house too. Everything. They was trying to put her away in a home and take all her stuff from her.
ready for your rematch? I said, you bet I am. And I sat down to play. And I sat down to play. But my heart wasn't in it. Walter beat me in 3 moves. He said, you're somewhere else today. I was. The sadness from the night before had settled into a hard, heavy lump in my chest. I went back to my apartment. The quiet felt different. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It was just empty. I realized the fight was truly over, and I had won. But winning felt like losing everything. A few days later, a package arrived. No return address. I opened it.
Here go the picture part, y'all. Here go the picture.
Inside
Or the pictures that these assholes sending this lady back.
all the photos. Every picture of me they'd ever had. Me holding baby Cynthia. Me at David's graduation. Our last family Christmas. They were just thrown in a box. No note. That was it. That was their final word. I sat on the floor with the box. I spread the pictures out around me. I looked at my own smiling face, younger, so full of hope and love. I looked at their little faces, and I knew. They weren't just cutting me out of their future. They were erasing me from their past. That broke me. I didn't cry. I just sat there for a long time.
And that's what they trying to do too. They trying to break their mama. A mama that was actually in their life, y'all, that took them places, did things with them. The photos show it. They sending her a box of photos. So there's numerous photos that she has with these assholes. her undiagnosed psychopathic children, because that's what I'm gonna call them.
Time, holding a picture of Arthur and me, feeling completely shattered. That's when I made the call. I dialed Cynthia's number. I hadn't called it in over a year. It rang. She answered. She didn't say hello. There was just
Natalie, I hope you turn to the live. I really enjoyed, or other lives. I really enjoyed you being here. And thank you so much for everyone that came. I enjoyed all of you. But Natalie really had a great effect in a good way on this live.
silence. I said, Cynthia, it's Mom. She said, what do you want? Her voice was flat, cold. I took a breath. I said, I got the pictures. She said, good, then you understand. I asked, understand what?
She kind of slightly messed up when she did that. See, she the mom, and it's her job to discipline their ass, right? See, she acting like the sister and brother, right? Um, see, people don't understand what a mother is. You're a disciplinary, right? So, see, they didn't get this when they little. Okay, so the problem with this is they have no fear of this lady. So when they sent the photos to her, I would have called they ass. I would have said, look, those photos reveal how good I was to you little fucked up psychopaths. Don't you mail shit else to my house, or else I'm a file a restraining order. See, that was her one time to discipline them. Okay, so they don't have no fear of her. She talking to these fools, negotiating with them, and they're her kids. Her job at this point, she needs to lay down the law with their ass. Why the fuck did you send me the box of photos? If you don't want these photos, you keep them, assholes. And this is why they this way, Natalie. You got to understand. See, she's their disciplinary. See, she don't understand what a mother is. I have some asshole children too sometimes, but we joke around, but we respect one another now because that's my parenting style. My kids know not to mail me shit. If you don't like the photos that I took with you, shred them up, throw them away. Don't mail them to my freaking house. She should have cussed these little fuckers out. This is what they need. But that's part of their lack of control environment. Because as their mother, she thinks her job is just to spoil their ass and give them what the fuck they want. And this is why these rich children murder their parents so much. You're the child's disciplinary. Like, what the fuck? You send me these photos? Who do you think you are? I gave birth to you. Don't you ever in your life. And what I'm going to do, you little bitch, this is what I'm going to do. And I would have told them, I promise to God, you better not mail them back. I'm going to put these photos in this box and I'm going to mail them back to your black ass to remind you of the type of mother I was to you, psychopath. I would have mailed that shit back and said, don't ever mail me nothing else. These photos are yours. I already have a copy of them. Don't mail them to me. Or she should have played a game with them and said, I'm going to tear them up and really not tear them up. Okay, so that's what they needed. And this is why the way they are. This is why they so cruel to her. She wasn't their disciplinary.
She said that it's over. You made your choice. You chose that lawyer and your stupid fund over your own family. You don't get to be the victim here. You're just a selfish old woman.
See how they called her? Natalie, you hear this? They called her a selfish old woman. And her daughter gets to do that because she ain't coming at the daughter first. See, she wouldn't have been able to talk over me. Daniel, come here. Let me ask you a question. I'm Daniel here. Daniel, come here, son. Come here. I got to ask you a question. Daniel coming. He'll tell you how I parent. Daniel, come here. Come here. What would I do if you grew up and you mailed me every photo we ever took together and you mailed it back to me? And
I don't know what I'll do.
what would I do?
What would you do?
If you called me talking shit,
you send it back.
I would send it back. Yeah, Daniel said I would send it back. Yeah. And would I say anything to you?
No.
Yeah, I would send it back with a note that said, I got this, asshole. Don't mail me another package. I would put a note with it. She gives her children too much power. This elderly. Yeah, I would, Natalie. I've had problems with my sons and daughters. Daniel, oh my God, he was borderline a little bit like these assholes that this lady got. But I was able to convert the asshole, right? And it wasn't through buying him more shit and teaching him how to be an asshole. It was through discipline. As a mother, I'm their disciplinary. I'm not just put here to love him and baby him. I'm put here to stop his behavior. Guess what? Check this out. This lady, you know what her son and daughter are at risk of being? Natalie, listen to this. And everybody, you know what they're at risk of being? Killed. She's creating murder victims because these assholes, if they send some photos back to the wrong motherfucker, they'll retaliate against her kids. We just had what's the motivational speaker and Iyanla Van Zant or Van Zant. Her daughter was shot. I don't know how it went down, but when you allow your child to be like this, other people in the world gonna hurt them. She's escalating their psychopathy and putting their lives at risk. See, because they thinking the rest of the world gonna handle them that way. It can lead to all kind of trauma for these kids. Yeah, so she's just so you know, a mother is your mother's not your sister, right? Or a cousin. She's your disciplinary. And I'm not talking about no abuse. Now it's abuse if she go break her daughter legs, push her daughter down. And you know, my mother, she needed help with that, understanding proper discipline, pushing me through a room to where I was injured and needed to go to the hospital. That's not what I'm saying. But a mother should be a disciplinary, but not to the point where the child is physically injured, if that makes sense. Daniel just explained it. He knows not to mail me shit. I don't play that shit. And this is why when he grows up, he would help me. If I decided not to give Daniel and Isaiah the little money I'll leave them, they won't hate me for it. But respectful enough to where I would leave them my money. You got to discipline these children. Because if she doesn't discipline them properly, she's victimizing her children too, making them behave like psychopaths, escalating their psychopathy. They already probably born without a conscience. Psychopaths and undiagnosed psychopaths and narcissistic children, they need discipline. And I'm talking about verbal discipline. Think about how off guard her daughter would have been. See, she called her, she was so nice. She talking to her daughter like she's a customer service person. I would be like, bitch, what did you send me, bitch? Mom, you call me a bitch? Yes. That should have been the first time in her life she cussed her daughter out. It's inappropriate. Yeah, Natalie. So Natalie says it seems as if um, no family members had any guidance in their upbringing to fix this. Like you stated, they would or should have had some discipline. Yes, this began in childhood. Let me tell you something about her kids. I know this for a fact because I've had 6 of them myself. This ain't the first time these little assholes have disrespected her. She didn't pick up on this shit when they was kids. Especially this asshole daughter she got. The son too, calling her old and shit. You know, like both of them is just inappropriate. But the picture thing, when they sent the box of photos to her, they don't even fear her. It's kind of like, look at this. They assaulted her. They did it emotionally. And keep in mind, their mother is real old when they do this to her. She's 92 now. I think they started openly and overtly abusing her at least at about 70. When she had fell and was on the ground for 8 hours. These are some abusers. And with Black children, with Black abusive children, you cannot handle them like they white people. It ain't gonna work. She handling these niggas like they white. And that's why they disrespecting her. I'm telling you, she handling them wrong. That shit would have pissed me off. I would have said, don't you ever in your life mail me any photos, not even of your ugly children. When you have children, don't mail me photos of them. And I would have said, look, I'm mailing these back to you. Yeah, a Haitian culture. Yes. Haitians discipline. I've been around Haitians. They kids don't play this shit. Haitian parents they take their kids in Haiti. They will take your ass out in the desert and whoop the shit out of you. Haitian children, they do it. I've been around Haitians. They strict. And the ones over here in America don't play that shit. I've never seen any Haitian children behave like this lady's kids. So I only can go off the Haitians that I have been around in America. And the Black Haitians, the ones that look Black, they're like very dark skinned. Some of them in America, in the United States, they're Masons as well. So they go to like the Masonic Hall. I'm not a Mason or Eastern Star, but a lot of the Haitians I've been around, I've seen their children, and I'm talking about their teenage and adult children come in jobs that I've worked, and they're very respectful. The Haitians I've been around will cuss your ass out too. They don't play. They're like Jamaicans and Africans to me. So let me play this, y'all.
To be the victim here. You're just a selfish old woman. I listened. Each word was like a cut. I said I was on the floor for 8 hours.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Natalie. But see, this is the thing. Exactly. So Natalie said my mom was born in Haiti. I was born in Florida, Natalie saying we are taught at an early age to respect people. Yes. But see, you didn't get out of control. But Haitian children, I watch videos. Remember, I study. I watch videos of some problem kids over in Haiti. And I watched a couple of videos where the father and Haitian children, what I like about women in Haiti, they go get your daddy on your ass. Let me go get your fucking daddy. And a lot of girls from Haiti, they look just like their father. They sure do. They're beautiful people. Oh my God. People, they don't need no makeup. If you from Haiti, you don't need no makeup. Like your skin is just so naturally pretty. And they're of different complexions, but I've watched videos, and I like watching videos of Haiti because in the United States I work with Haitian people. My sons have been friends with people that originate from Haiti. They're at our church and they don't play that shit. They don't play it. If this lady, this 92-year-old lady daughter would have had a Haitian mom or a mom from Haiti, oh no. A mom from Haiti, they got little tempers. Like what you send me? They would have, These kids have been ruined. This lady, I feel sorry for her. If her children would have been born with a good gene, if her children would have been born naturally, it's how you're born too. You know, when the egg is created, you have a nature. How I noticed, you got kids that have been kidnapped and locked in a basement for 20 and 15 years and still come out good natured. It's your nature too. This lady kids are naturally bad natured, and lack of discipline for bad natured kids will backfire. Fair use, y'all.
For 8 hours. She laughed. A short.
Oh, look, she brought up to her bitch ass daughter that she was on the floor 8 hours. And look at how the bitch did her. Listen.
You chose that lawyer and your stupid fund over your own family. You don't
look how this girl talking to her mama.
Get to be the victim here. You're just a selfish old woman. I listened. Each word was like a cut. I said I was on the floor for 8 hours. She laughed, a short, bitter sound. And
you hear she laughed? Her daughter's a psychopath. She laughed. You hear? The mama's trying to reason with the psychopath. But see, I wouldn't have been trying to reason with her. She don't know what her daughter is. I would have known she's a psychopath and she don't have a conscience. She tried to, see, as a mother, her job is not to negotiate with the girl. She's supposed to be like a sergeant to make the child better. So she got the photos. That's utter disrespect. So she's not supposed to be negotiating with this badass psychopathic girl. I don't parent my children this way. Yeah, you're right, Natalie. So Natalie's pointing this out. My goodness, why are they obsessed with her age? Yep, keep calling her old. They're abusers. They have no conscience. And they may not make it to her age. A lot of them are killed. A lot of narcs hate old people or aging, it seems. Yeah. These are psychopaths, Natalie. I think these are more than narcissists. I think these are more. Remember, all psychopaths are narcissists as well. Keep that in mind, but I think her children are more. Every psychopath is a narcissist. Just keep that in mind, but not all narcissists are psychopaths. See, you can just be a narcissist and just lack emotional empathy, but still have somewhat of a conscience. So you can be a narcissist, but not a psychopath, but all psychopaths are narcissists. Remember that. Every psychopath is also a narcissist. And H.G. Tudor describes himself as a narcissistic psychopath, which means that he has to have supply, because a lot of psychopaths don't need supply in the way that narcissists do. But if you're a narcissistic psychopath, you need people to be your supply. But if you're just a basic psychopath, you can function and roam alone and just, appear to be calm or whatever.
We have lives, Mom. Stress.
Look how she talking to her mom.
I got the pictures. Long time. Holding a picture of Arthur and me. I looked at their little faces, and I knew. They weren't just...
I rewinded it a little bit so you could hear how the conversation went.
Putting me out of their future. They were erasing me from their past. That broke me. I didn't cry.
So she's saying they was the mom, this 92-year-old lady, she's saying that they were erasing her from their past by sending her these photos. Photos of her in the photos with their black asses. May I tell you? It's crazy. Bastards.
I just sat there for a long time, holding a picture of Arthur and me, feeling completely shattered. That's when I made the call. I dialed Cynthia's number. I hadn't called it in over a year. It rang. She answered.
Cynthia's her asshole, undiagnosed, psychopathic ass daughter.
Say hello.
What would have pissed me off? You know what I would have told her? I would have said, Cynthia, I wish I would have known that your black ass was a psychopath sooner, bitch. I really wish. Why am I finding out and I'm damn 70 years old and older? I must be the dummy. I'm a old dummy. I'm gonna call myself an old dummy. Because why didn't I figure out that your asshole psychopathic black ass is an unfit human sooner? That's what I would have been mad about, that I'm just now finding out that I raised some demons. Seriously.
She didn't say hello. There was just silence. I said, Cynthia, it's Mom. She said, what do you want? Her voice was flat, cold. I took a breath. I said, I got the pictures. She said, good, then you understand. I asked, understand what? She said that it's over. You made your choice. You chose that lawyer.
Don't you see the dynamic that's happened here? Her daughter is behaving like her disciplinary. See, the rules, the roles are reversed. This lady is sweet. This mom is sweet, and she's not doing it on purpose. She doesn't understand that she is the disciplinary. So in this conversation, I would have knew. See, when her daughter mailed her those photos, she's disciplining her mom, and that's not her position, especially for a good mother like this. I wouldn't even do this to my mama, and she was not right. Oh my goodness, it's powered off. My mother was not right. Now, I had an unfit mother. That's why my grandmother had to raise me. But I wouldn't do my mother like that. I cherish the photos, the few photos that me and my mother had. But I wouldn't do my mother like that. And she was actually an unfit mother. And that's because I'm not a psychopath. I escaped my mother and grandmother and moved out of town when I was a young girl or young lady, older teen, whatever you want to call it. I was a young woman. But I wouldn't have hold on, I'm trying to find this video again. Let me see. Hold on, I'm trying to find this video because the other device powered off, y'all. And I'm like really finding these videos of these elders. I wish I would have found this early, so I found it. And remember, I'm going to put this in the description box. So I got different devices hooked up. It's good to have a backup device, see, for cases like this. So let me find the conversation. Huh?
Clear. I told was the sadness from the night before had settled into a completely shattered. That's when I made the call. I dialed Cynthia's number. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. I want us to get this conversation with this asshole Cynthia, her daughter, on track. So hold on. Faces. No note. That was it.
Okay, going back to when
I
she
opened
sent
it.
these
Quiet
photos.
felt different. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It was just empty. I realized the fight was truly over, and I had.
Do you think the mother might have been raised by narcissists, um, or by someone who didn't teach her to have boundaries? I think what happened with the mother. Okay, I'm gonna learn her character. So Natalie says, "Do you think the mother might have been raised by narcissists or by someone who didn't teach her to have boundaries?" I think this is what happened. I think that this mother was raised by normals, and there is a such thing as normals. There's 4 personality types that HG Tutor teaches about. There are normals, empaths, narcissistic people, and narcissists. So this lady, she was not raised in corporal punishment. So what happens in these situations, it's like when you watch these crime cases, and detectives will often say, with these rich people, the detectives will say their parents didn't believe in corporal punishment, which means they didn't believe in spanking. So this lady, she's a normal, which means she's low on empathy and low on narcissism. She's not an empath per se. So a normal, see this box, I'm an empath. So what would have happened when I got this fucking box of photos? Empaths are a bundle of both. But your empathy will always override your narcissism. So an empath, when you disrespect them like this, and one of their kids send them a box of photos, returning all the photos we took, an empath would have temporarily removed some of their empathy and behaved a little like a narcissist. A narcissist. So if this would have happened to me, it would have been a major trigger because I wouldn't have wanted to be disrespected in this way. And I discipline to help my kids too. See, like I said, her children are at risk of being murdered. These are the type of kids that get into a bad business deal and they get shot down. Random killings, right? Because she's raised assholes. So I think that she has I think she has a lot of empathy. So I think she's in between like a normal and an empath. So this lady is kind of like, she wasn't raised in corporal punishment. So this particular lady here was not raised by abusers. Okay. So there was no assaults upon her and stuff like that. So this lady thinks that money solves all problems, and that's her problem. She's thinking she's going to get a certain result because of money, and it may have worked in her family. So see, this particular lady, she's not a psychopath. So what happened with this mother, she doesn't have the psychopathic gene. So this is a family where they're wealthy. This is generational wealth, kind of like the Kennedys. So this is one of those families where there's not really poor people in it, and there's generational wealth, and they just systematically respected their elders that gave them money. However, the genes got messed up. So she had potential psychopaths. So there's like a birth defect. She's had birth defect kids. And her parenting style is not in agreement with her daughter. So what she did, because see, her mom, her daughter Cynthia knew she would call, but the way she calling is wrong. So she got a call like this. Cynthia, what's going on with these photos you sent me, girl? Oh, mom, you photos? I got them. What's up with these photos, girl? See, you cannot, when you got narcissistic children, potential psychopathic children, you can't mess them up like this. She's messing these children up. So let me play this. Fair
It
use.
won. But winning felt like losing everything. A few days later, a package arrived. No return address. I opened it. Inside were all the photos. Every picture of me they'd ever had. Me holding baby Cynthia. Me at David's graduation. Our last family Christmas. They were just thrown in a box. No note. That was it. That was their final word. I sat on the floor with the box. I spread the pictures out around me.
Purdue Global, education fits your life.
That's a commercial, y'all. So Hema Sharma, um, at Hema Sharma, what's up to you? How you doing? Thank you so much for leaving the chat in the comment. Say hi to Natalie as well. She's been really participating here as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going over how this 92-year-old lady, how her only son and daughter emotionally abused her. Hemo Sharma said, hello, Natalie.
With Purdue Global, education.
Hold on. Fair use, y'all. That's the commercial as well. Yeah, ain't that sad, Hemo? How somebody can treat their mother like this? So I'm playing the conversation and I'm going over the correct parenting style that should have been done for these psychopaths. So her bitch ass children, right? Her only daughter and son, and they're abusing her too because their daddy's dead. Remember, she's a widow. So she was married to their father. And ironically, their biological father left all the money to his wife. Smart move. He probably always felt like he might have figured that if he died, they wouldn't treat their mama right. Because men can normally sense stuff. So he protected their money from these assholes by just leaving it to his wife and letting his wife decide if these little assholes should get any money.
I spread the pictures out around me. I looked at my own smiling face, younger, so full of hope and love. I looked at their little faces, and I knew. They weren't just cutting me out of their future. They were erasing me from their past. That broke me.
They're doing more than that. See, this lady, she's not a disciplinary. So what's happening is they're not erasing her per se out of their future. They're testing her. So what her children are doing is taking the power position like she's the child and they're the parent. So they're taking the power position role and making the roles in their relationship improper. That's what's happening.
Cry. I just sat there
Hey,
for
Daniel.
a long time, holding a picture of Arthur and me, feeling completely shattered. That's when I made the call. I dialed Cynthia's number.
Arthur is her husband that passed away, which is Cynthia and David. I think though Cynthia's her daughter, and I think David's the son. So remember, their dad is gone. So what they're doing is abusing their mother because their father's deceased. So it's like a crime of opportunity.
I hadn't called it in over a year. It rang. She answered. She didn't say hello. There was just silence. I said, Cynthia, it's Mom. She said, what do you want? Her voice was flat, cold. I took a breath. I said, I got the pictures. She said, good, then you understand. I asked, understand what?
See, she told her daughter, I got the pictures, right? So her daughter says, good, you understand. So she's not leading that conversation. So she should start as a mom. I got the pictures. I don't like it. Don't do it no more. I don't want to know what you got to say. See, she's allowing Cynthia to talk too much. And this has been going on since Cynthia's been a child. So Cynthia's allowed to run her mouth too much. And she's doing it to a decent mother. That's the problem I'm having with it.
What? She said that it's over. You made your choice. You chose that lawyer and your stupid fund over your own family. You don't get to be the victim here.
And I would have told my daughter, she said, she told her mother, you chose that lawyer over your family. I would have told her, you not my family. That's why I got these box of photos. You are my biological daughter. You're not my family. Because if you was my family, you wouldn't do me like this. That's what I would have told her.
You're just a selfish old woman. I listened.
She called her
Each
mama.
word was like
She called her mama a selfish old woman. See how this conversation is going?
cut. I said I was on the floor for 8 hours. She laughed. A short
Look at her. She's a
sigh.
psychopath. Her mama say I was on the floor for 8 hours. The fucking girl laughed.
And you've been holding that over our heads ever since. We have lives, Mom. Stressful, complicated lives you never bothered to understand. You just wanted to be the center of everything. Well, you got your wish. You're alone. Enjoy it. She hung up.
Her daughter is gaslighting. This woman never wanted to be the center of everything. This mother is a giving, decent, good mom. This is not a narcissist. Her mother is not a narcissist. So she didn't have a narcissistic mom that wanted to be the center of attention. So she's gaslighting her mother.
The dial tone buzzed in my ear. I put the phone down. I looked at all the photos scattered around me, the evidence of a lifetime, and I realized the hardest truth of all. She believed it. She really believed I was the selfish one. All my giving, all my bending.
And she does in a way. Her daughter believes that she's selfish because there's no discipline. So there's nothing in the brain to awaken her that she's the problem. Because in this conversation, the mother is behaving like the daughter and the daughter is acting like the mother.
All my silence, it meant nothing. It had all been twisted into I was the villain. That was the cost. I had lost not just my children, but my own history. My truth meant nothing to them. I gathered the photos. I didn't throw them away. I put them back in the box. I put the box on a high shelf in the closet. I couldn't look at them anymore.
Like Schwab, the best just got.
I'm sorry, y'all. That's the commercial. She put them on a box. So all of that went wrong. The discipline should have been, I'm mailing these back. Don't send anything else to my house antagonizing me. You send anything else to my house antagonizing me, and I'll file a restraining order. I talk to my kids like that, y'all. And that's why we get along. You can watch my lives. Elijah, I've told him several times, don't come in my neighborhood, I'll restrain you. And we get along fine now. He's been pretty respectful lately. Now, since he has to learn a hard lesson, since he has a legal proceeding filed against him, that I tried to help warn him. So my disciplinary tactics do work. They really do. So I'm telling you something I've used that does work. And what it does, it makes my relationship with my children not about the money. Okay. And it's a real relationship. You get down to a real relationship. I ain't got to give you money when you grown, but you can tell your children, if you mail me, I would have said, this is harassment. Okay, you took me to court and tried to take my money. Cynthia, do you know what harassment is? So what you're doing when you mail me this shitty ass box with these photos of you on it, you are harassing me. And if you do it again, I'm going to file a restraining order. Stop it, little girl. And then her daughter might would have said, well, I'm a woman. You're not a woman. Because if you was a woman or a lady, you wouldn't be mailing me a box of photos that show how good of a mother I was to you, punk. So there's no discipline. So what it does, it hurts Cynthia and it makes her a horrible person. It makes her a horrible person. And I'm grateful. You know, sometimes I think, well, my mom and grandmother, their discipline was extreme, but I ain't gonna lie. I'd rather be in that situation than this one because I have good character because I was disciplined. Okay. I knew not to send my mama no box of photos. For one, my mama didn't like photos. She wasn't in the photos. See, I can't abuse my mother with no photos because she let me know from day one she don't like them. You see the catch here?
That night, I dreamed of the fall, but this time no one came, not even Mrs. Gable. I just lay there as the room went dark. I woke up gasping. The grief was so physical.
Let me see. Go back to this
I
conversation.
believed I was a stressful, complicated life. You made your choice.
Yeah, so this is the daughter telling her you made your choice. That's something the mother say to the daughter. Like that's something I would say to Daniel. You made your choice, Daniel. The roles are reversed here. This lady, she's sweet. I wouldn't have fucked it up with her. This lady's real sweet. I wouldn't have fucked it up. This type of lady, oh my goodness. I would have been cool. She would have died. She would have deposited all her money in my bank account. I wouldn't have had no problem with this lady. I would have been when she fell, I would have answered the call. Her children don't have common sense neither. They know how much money she leaving them, right? But they didn't expect her to revoke that decision and remove the decision of paying their pockets. They didn't expect that. So that's where they got caught off guard. Narcissists don't expect you to back out of it, especially when they know you as loving as this woman. They never expected her, David and Cynthia, her adult children, never expected her to say no.
Mom, she said, what do you want? Her voice was flat, cold. I took a breath. I said, I got the pictures. She said, good, then you understand. I asked, understand what? She said that it's over. You made your choice. You chose that lawyer and your stupid fund over your own family. You don't get to be the victim here. You're just a selfish old woman. I listened. Each word was like a cut. I said I was on the floor for 8 hours. She laughed, a short, bitter sound. And you've been holding that over our heads ever since. We have lives, Mom. Stressful, complicated lives you never bothered to understand. You just wanted to be the center of everything. Well, you got your wish. You're alone. Enjoy it. She hung up. The dial tone buzzed in my ear. I put the phone down. I looked at all the photos scattered.
Another thing this lady did, because she's very highly empathic, even if she's a normal person still has empathy. She over invested in her family, like not having enough of her own life, right? So it's nothing wrong with helping your children, but a parent should have something going of their own outside of their children. That's why her daughter was able to say, now you all alone. See, my children can't say that to me because I have other activities. Just having my YouTube channel. I ain't alone. Gone and moved to Europe, okay, or Africa. I mean, I'm still gonna be uploading videos. So having other stuff to do. So this is a painful situation. I wish it would have turned out different, but it's in her best it's in her best interest, this particular beautiful older lady, it's in her best interest to get these demons out of her life before she dies.
All the photos scattered around me, the evidence of a lifetime. And I realized the hardest truth of all. She believed it. She really believed I was the selfish one. All my giving, all my bending, all my silence, it meant nothing. It had all been twisted into a story where I was the villain.
And her daughter Cynthia's projecting. Cynthia's actually the selfish one, not her mother.
That was the cost. I had lost not just my children, but my own history. My truth meant nothing to them. I gathered the photos. I didn't throw them away. I put them back in the box. I put the box on a high shelf in the closet. I couldn't look at them anymore. That night, I dreamed of the fall, but this time, no one, even Mrs. Gable. I just lay there as the room went dark. I woke up gasping. The grief was so physical, it hurt to breathe. This was the deepest point. This was the void. I had stood up for myself, and I was completely alone in the silence I had created. But then, a strange thing happened. In that utter emptiness, a small, clear thought emerged. It was over. The waiting was over. The hoping was over. The constant ache of their disappointment was over. It was all gone. And what was left was just me, Eleanor. Not a rock, not a burden, not a villain. Just a woman in a quiet room. The sadness was still there, a vast ocean of it. But I was no longer drowning in it. I was floating. I was tired, so terribly tired. But I was still here. And for the first time in maybe my whole life, I belonged entirely to myself. The next morning, I didn't call anyone. I didn't wait for the phone to ring. I got dressed. I went down to the writing group. Gail smiled at me. She said, "We missed you, Eleanor." I sat down. I picked up my pen. And I wrote about the box of photos. I wrote about Cynthia's voice on the phone. I wrote it all down, and in the writing, I found the lesson. It wasn't the lesson I wanted. I wanted a lesson about ungrateful children. But the real lesson was about me. I was wrong. For decades, I was wrong. I thought love was a transaction. I give care, I get love. I give money, I get loyalty. I give silence, I get peace. But that's not love. That's a business deal. And when the other party stops paying, you're left with nothing but receipts. The real mistake was believing my worth was in what I could provide. My value wasn't in my babysitting or my checkbook.
Plumbing issues can seem manageable,
And this is sad because she still didn't get the full lesson. She's right, love is not a transaction, but somebody don't love you when they don't discipline you neither, and they allow you to be a hyena, right? So part of the area where she's not truly loving her daughter is allowing her and grooming her to be that type of person. It's just not a healthy thing to be. It's really not. So she's kind of understanding the lesson, but unfortunately, she didn't get the full lesson. And I feel bad about that part because she didn't really get the full lesson, because she doesn't understand power and control. And she doesn't understand that a mother is just much more than someone that just gives you stuff. Your mother's your disciplinary too. That's one of the things I learned about my mother. Now, my mother, the problem with my mother is she kind of would go overboard with the physical discipline. And that's where I'm more balanced. Like, I can verbally discipline you without assaulting you in another room and almost break your ribs, right? So, it's extremes. So this lady, even though she's not a physical abuser, she's at extreme too. Her parenting, both are extremes and lack of control environments. And both of these parenting styles can create a narcissist, giving them too much, abusing them, physical assaults. Yeah, this lady, she's a normal or an empath. This lady, the reason it's happening to her, this mother, this elderly lady, she's not narcissistic and she's not a narcissist. So this is why they're able to abuse her this way, her son and daughter, because she's a normal or an empath. And to answer Natalie's question, if this elderly lady that's the mother of Cynthia and David, if she's an empath, that means that there was a narcissist somewhere in the family that helped raise her. Because an empath is not normal. I'm not normal. You heard me talking. So I'm not normal. A narcissist is not normal. They're not normal personalities. A normal would have just got the box and say, okay, I'm done with those people and just moved on with their life. A normal, they're not high on empathy or narcissism. So this lady is not a normal. So that's why it's happening. Yeah, so she's in so Natalie, I'm thinking about your question. The more and more this elderly lady talks, she's just lights off that she's just a straight up empath, right? But an empath that's controlling her temper. So if she's an empath, narcissists were in her upbringing, maybe a neglectful narcissist. Because the only way you come out being an empath, see, the thing is, okay, to become an empath, there had to be an intervention. So when the lack of control environment was present, this is what H.G. Tudor teaches, there was an intervention. So like with me, there was other relatives that were not neglecting me. There was other relatives that was not physically assaulting me and taking it too far. I was staying at their homes and stuff like that, and they were staying at my home as well. So my grandmother, she did allow visitors that were empathic to come in. So I had the intervention, and I also got out the situation at a very young age. So I didn't hang around for the rest of the party, right? When I realized that my grandmother looked at me no different than a piece of furniture, I didn't stay around for the rest of the abuse. So what happened with me was I didn't go into the second stage of the abuse, if that makes sense. So this lady on this video, she's either a normal or an empath. And she seems kind of like both because there's no temperament coming up in her. And she's so logical. That's what a normal would do. Let me see why these pictures came. Now, an empath, our empathy always overrides our narcissism. Because remember, an empath personality, they're a bundle of both. They have narcissistic traits and a lot of empathy. But with an empath, like H.G. Tudor teaches, your empathy always overrides your narcissism. So like for me, if the bitch Cynthia would have sent me the box of photos, that shit would have hurt my feelings. That's why I would have went in on her. But I would have cussed her ass out, told her don't do it no more. Do you know about a harassment order, dear heart? But because I have empathy, I ain't gonna drive by her house and shoot at her. There's a limitation there, right? There's that boundary. So this particular elderly lady, she's a narcissistic bitch wouldn't have put up with this. Mailed a box of photos to a crazy ass narcissistic bitch. Oh my God. I'm gonna have some people come jump your motherfucking ass. See, a narcissistic bitch would have talked to her. See, when I would have disciplined her, she still would kind of know I'm her mama. But if she would have mailed those photos, her daughter mailed those photos to a narcissistic bitch that was her mom. Oh my God. Yeah. So let me get caught up on these comments too. So to Top Hat Studios 13, thank you so much. Hello. Thank you so much for the emoji. Natalie said it makes sense. Thank you. And so Lucci says, why did the blind man fall into the well? Because he couldn't see that well. Yeah. And this is what this narcissistic lady, this empathic lady, she can't see that well neither. And yes, she can't see. She's just not a very strong person in the power role. It sounds like what may have happened is her deceased husband, which was Arthur, which would have been Cynthia and David's biological father. It sounds like he wore the pants in the family, which is nothing wrong with that per se. But what it does, it makes her very weak to the game. Because see, her kids, Cynthia and David, yeah, Natalie, yep, codependent. You know what? You just diagnosed her. So HD Tutor teaches there's different kind of empaths. He names about, you got the martyr empath, the codependent. But you know what? Yeah, but she broke out of her codependency though. So what happened was, when there was enough evidence for her where she could feel like these kids didn't love her, and that's an empathic trait. Oh my God, when we wake up and realize you don't love us, that gave her the ammunition to fix the problem. So Natalie, I think what happened is that entire time she was codependent. See, I'm an empath, but I'm not a codependent empath. See, there's a difference. I've never been a codependent empath. All empaths are standard and whatever other kind of empath that HD Tutor goes over. So good, Natalie. Yeah. And I don't sense you're a codependent one either. Yeah. I kind of got a good vibe on that. You're not codependent. You know how I know you're not codependent? Let me tell you how I know. You're not doing what some of the chat people do. Oh my God, with the chat and these trolls, when I tell people how to discipline, this is called Advanced Insight Channel, right? So let me ask you this. When motherfuckers go into the military, okay, they put them through what, boot camp? Do motherfuckers in boot camp be popping off like Cynthia? Think about it. What is right? Exactly. What is boot camp? It's discipline. Discipline, right? So, number one rule of parenting, my main goal is one of my goals as a mother should be to discipline so when I die, my children are not shot by some nut because they run in their mouth. Cynthia and David, they're at risk of being assaulted or killed. Yeah, exactly. And the good thing about me, you don't have to be a Scorpio per se to accomplish this, right? All you got to do is learn. So I teach people how to properly react to these situations so it don't get worse. Now check this out. Let me tell you a secret here. This is why you discipline too. You discipline not to hurt them, but to save the relationship. So check this out. She had one chance when she got the box of photos, the mother, the elderly mother. That was her opportunity to create something with Cynthia that was kind of lost. And the way she would have had to do it was through discipline. So she was too calm and passive. But sometimes to create a better relationship with somebody, you got to kind of argue with them a little bit. I came from a pretty tight family overall. And one of the things that made us always tight, no matter what, is we fought, y'all. We would fight. And I mean, big drag out arguments. But we were very close. We drag out, argue, because I would be disciplined, right? But in my family, see, there was a lot of narcissists around, or several of them. So what I learned is you got to discipline narcissists. But see, the problem with this elderly mother is she's not a narcissist. So this girl, Cynthia, don't need to treat her this way. She got an empathic mother, not a narcissist mother. You see the problem with this? So, like, I had situations in my family where I had to kind of like get in the disciplinary role because they're narcissists. You don't need to treat an empath like this. This is her, Cynthia's cruelty towards her mother is just unwarranted and unnecessary because she actually has an empathic mother. So I'm going to play the video so you can finish hearing this phone conversation.
Some plumbing issues can seem.
Oh, plumbing issues. I'm sorry. That's a commercial, y'all.
It'll be fine.
They got tape all around the pipe. What kind of plumbing is this?
It'll be fine is not a fix.
Hold on. I'm skipping this ad, y'all.
Preventative maintenance and a little peace of mind.
Oh, Virgo. So check this out, Natalie. Daniel's a Virgo too. My grandmother was a Capricorn. And Scorpios and Capricorns were considered the masters of the signs. Guess what? No more. Guess who the masters of all the zodiacs are now? Virgo and Scorpios. Why? Why are you're asking why? Yeah, it needed to be removed. I was raised by a Capricorn. My grandmother was a Capricorn. So for hundreds of years, Capricorns and Scorpios are considered the top two of the masters. I did some research a week ago because I'm going to be doing a video about how I discovered astrology and how my grandmother tried to hide it from me. Because my grandmother used to walk around, I'm a Capricorn, and people used to say, oh, she's a Capricorn, she's a business owner. So I found out about 12 years old what I was, and my grandmother tried to hide it from me. So I had to find out through the encyclopedia what I was. And my grandmother didn't want to tell me what I was because she didn't want me to have any power. My grandmother was highly narcissistic. So she wanted to be in the power role and not teach me my power, which is bad because she denies me of knowing who I am. So I ended up accessing these encyclopedias. My grandmother barely could read. She had a second grade education because she was raised in Alabama. So she didn't finish grade school. But my grandmother was very talented and ran a business over 40 years and never worked for anybody. So my grandmother was smart in business because she was a lady Capricorn. But I was reading this, I'm going to be doing a video about it, about how I was denied of knowing who I was and how I discovered astrology. And in this encyclopedia, who my grandmother, see, back then they separated the ladies from the guys. So in the old school encyclopedias, and my grandmother would buy the best ones, and she would always get a new set every year or two, so it was updated. So basically, back then, the encyclopedia was like the internet is today. So you can go through the index instead of Googling, you just go through the index. So I looked through the index one day and said, "What is your sign?" I'm like, "What? I thought it was only one sign." So I went to that page. My grandmother caught me, but I'll do the video about it. But now it's changed, and I'm so glad. So Daniel and I, he's a Virgo, and Daniel and I, we just mastered this legal situation that we were in. And the way I saw my son Daniel master it, and the way me and him vibed as a legal team, I was thinking to myself, he's above a Capricorn for sure. So I get on the internet because I came up with the video idea, Natalie. So I get on the internet and I do some research. I tear it up, Natalie. It says Virgos and Scorpios, we're the masters. I said, fucking finally, remove these goddamn Capricorns that have gave me pure hell. My ex-aware narcissist was a Capricorn, and my damn mentally abusive grandmother was a Capricorn, and I mastered both their asses, right? Which is what the encyclopedia told me I would do. And I'll go over that video. That's going to be a separate video. So you'll be excited to hear about that video. So, but now it's changed. It actually, the top two, according to what I read, says that Virgo and Scorpio is the masters. Logical. A Virgo outwits Capricorns. Capricorns don't have enough emotions. Virgos have empathy. Virgos are calm. Virgos are strategic. I got a female cousin that's a Virgo too. She's the same way as Daniel. They always like Virgos, they understand. So I'm glad that the internet and the information is being updated, because I've been thinking it when I have been around Virgos, I've always thought that they're more equal to Scorpios. I've outwitted Capricorns, brought them in deep pain. All Capricorns are narcissists. They're basically narcissists. There's no emotional, very little emotional empathy there. Now, in some rare cases, I've been around a Capricorn man. He's married to someone else, but they're friends of mine. He's narcissistic, and he has a lot of empathic traits. He's like a mixture of both. He's kind of narcissistic and empathic, but that's because of the support of his wife. His wife's a Scorpio. So, and they've been together since they've been very young, but just in general, most Capricorn males and ladies are narcissists, and they're usually abusers. Yeah, they verbally abusive. And this is where they're an expert at, Natalie. Neglect. If you want to be fucking neglected and ignored, and someone act like you don't fucking exist, interact with a Capricorn. So I'm glad that with the updated AI information, it actually has replaced the Capricorn. And I took screenshots of this. So when I do the video on who the new master signs are, when I do the video, I'm going to read the screenshot, and I'm going to be saying I agree with it. So this ain't nothing but the Lord confirming that video. You just confirmed the video because you're a Virgo. You're not some Capricorn on here fucking with me and starting shit with me and trolling me and abusing me and telling me what I'm saying is stupid and Capricorns need discipline too. That's why I know how to discipline too. I learned it from my grandmother. I had to discipline her, but I could never do her like this Cynthia lady. I can't, I don't have the heart to send my grandmother, she's deceased, may she rest in peace. I wouldn't have had the heart to send her photos back to her. I just, yeah, you know, Capricorns, they always got their pistols too. They keep that pistol on them, honey. You only can go so far with them.
Call us today for expert preventative maintenance and a little peace of mind.
Booking.com.
And they need their pistols because Capricorns know inherently that Virgos and Scorpios are going to beat the shit out of them. They need a gun. I don't need a gun. Okay. All my fights, I didn't need a pistol. Don't they keep the money, Natalie? That's their strong point. But see, money don't keep me. See, money don't keep me around because I believe what Bob Marley taught. They so poor, all they got is money. That's his famous quote. I believe in that wholeheartedly. They so poor, all they got is money. Come on now, Bob Marley saw some things. He saw it.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because
Wait a minute, I'm playing this video again because I want to finish hearing how Cynthia talked to her freaking mama.
Babysitting or my checkbook. It was in me, Eleanor. And I made myself invisible long before they did. What I should have done is so simple it hurts. I should have had a life, a real one, with friends and interests that had nothing to do with them. I should have said no sometimes, not out of spite, but because I had a book club meeting or a trip with my own friends.
So see, now she's talking about the discipline. That's part of discipline too. Not making another person always your priority, making them wait, teaching them discipline. So that's kind of, she's got it a little bit, but she's just not a strong enough mom for her abusers. She's just not.
I should have let them feel the weight of their own lives, their own choices. I should have trusted that love could exist without me constantly propping it up. Arthur and I, we had a love that was side by side, not one holding the other up. I forgot that. After he was gone, I thought being needed was the same as being loved. It isn't. Being needed is a burden. Being loved is a choice. They stopped choosing me a long time ago, and I was too busy fulfilling needs to notice. So here is my advice, plain and simple. Stop performing. Stop arranging your life as a continuous audition for their affection. Don't schedule your aches around their convenience. Don't hide your needs to keep the peace. Peace bought with your silence is a lie. If you have money, secure your own future first. Not out of mistrust, but out of self-respect. A gift given freely from a position of strength is a joy. A subsidy given from a place of fear is a chain. Cultivate your own world. Make a friend who doesn't know your children's names. Find a thing that makes you forget the time. Be a person, not a function. And if the people you care for get angry at this, if they call you selfish, look closely. Are they angry because they miss you or because they miss what you do? The difference is everything. You still have time. Maybe not decades, maybe not even years, but you have now, this moment. And now is enough to start. It's enough to say, I can't babysitter Tuesday. I have plans. It's enough to open a savings account in your name only. It's enough to sit in your own quiet and ask, what do I want? without the ghost of their expectations answering for you. The hope isn't that they'll change, that you will. The hope is that you will become so visible, so solidly present in your own life, that even if the world looks through you, you will still see yourself. You will know your own worth. And that is an anchor that no one can take from you. This recording is my final word on it. My story is told. If it resonated with you, if you saw yourself in my silence, then do something with that feeling. Don't just let it sit. Subscribe to this channel if you want to hear more stories like mine. Stories they don't tell you in the brochures about growing old. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss them.
Yeah, so this lady, and like I said, I'll put this video in the description box. And Natalie, I'll be working on that video about the information I learned about, that it said that the Virgo and Scorpio are the masters now. And of course, it doesn't mean we're better than anybody. It's just strategically, we're set up a certain way. You're born a certain way. Your brain is built a certain way. And the logic and strategic planning is there, so we just get some better results and we're able to help others. So, I'll make sure. Daniel, what are you doing? You want to say bye to the YouTubers so I can encourage your channel? Huh? Daniel? You want to say bye? Natalie's a great support here. She might subscribe to your channel.
Bye-bye, you two. Good job. Thank you.
Yeah, Daniel said good job. And Daniel's came a long way, y'all. You know, he's that he used to be that kind of Virgo abusers, but he's an empathic person. Virgos are empathic, but I know that being a good mom to somebody don't mean training them up to be hateful and psychopaths. That's not good mothering. It's too bad with this lady that her husband author died. I think that and her children, even though they some undiagnosed psychopath, her children might be grieving over their father too. Maybe if he was alive, maybe they would have been more fearful. He might have. The problem with those situations is her husband, Arthur. I think her name's Eleanor. Eleanor's husband, Arthur, which is, of course, the mom and dad of the two assholes. Maybe he was the disciplinary. And see, that's the problem. Like, he's deceased now. So I think both parents need to be the disciplinary. Yeah, but it's a sad situation because they lost a total relationship over money. I wouldn't have cared. See, my mother, she didn't do right by myself or my sister, but I still kept a relationship with her. And you know what? I'm the type of child, I don't be asking them for stuff. I don't need your money. So I don't be asking them for stuff, if that makes sense. So it's already on the wrong road when adult children think that you have to pay their pockets. And I don't do it. I ain't just talking shit, y'all, on here. I don't do it. Especially some abusers. Now, if you are in, I help you. But you have to earn it, right? Earn what you're getting from me by treating me properly. That's all I require. But her kids, I wish she had figured it out sooner, but still, God protected her. The Lord protected this lady, Eleanor, before she died. So the good thing is they can't, do evil stuff to her. See, she disowned them legally before she died. So they can't do stuff like she wants to be in a grave site and they cremate her. See, her finding out her finding out eventually what her children are about still will benefit her. And you know what? They not gonna live. That lady on the video, Eleanor, she's 92 years old. Her children, Cynthia and David, will not live out their years. That part of the Bible is true. A disobedient child will not live out all their days. That part of that Bible is true. Most children that go that far with their parents, they don't live to 92, honey. So that will be the punishment, is that they won't be granted the long life that their mother was. So Natalie, I'll be doing the video within the next couple of days about what I learned about astrology. And it'll be a very interesting story time, because you will learn how my grandmother withheld information about astrology. My grandmother, she never said, "You a Scorpio, this is what your good traits are." Even when I discovered astrology right in front of her, she was sitting in the chair right in front of the bookshelf where the encyclopedias was. She never wanted me to know what my talents were, but I discovered it. And it was at that point I believed in certain aspects of astrology from a very young age, and I see the credibility in it. But see, I believe because of the weather, I believe it's kind of like this. When your mother's pregnant with you, because of the weather conditions, it affects who you are, and your brain is developed a certain way because of the weather conditions. So like, for example, a Virgo baby, y'all can be, oh yeah, Natalie, thank you. All Capricorns, Natalie says, all Capricorns, goodness gracious, all Capricorns that I've met love to withhold information. Not being mean. No, it's not mean, it's the truth. My grandmother withheld. Think about how abnormal this is. Proud. She constantly goes around and people are like, "Yeah, Miss Nettie, you a Capricorn." I didn't know what the hell that was, right? But my grandmother paid for all these tutors so I could be an excellent reader. She put me in private school. I was in Catholic school for some years, and she paid Misha Love. She paid big money so I could be an expert reader, and it backfired on her. I read them freaking encyclopedias. Okay, so my grandmother paid to know the knowledge, but thinking she could hide it from me, right? Not understanding maybe how, well, I think she wanted me to have the power to be to read, but she just didn't know. So like with me, I'm a Scorpio, but all my children know what signs they are. If I believe somewhat in astrology, in a natural sense, that the Lord created us a certain way because of the timing we're born, why wouldn't I want my children to know who they are? Right? So why would you deny a child that? Why would I just walk around, I'm a Scorpio, and never let my children know the importance of who they are? Why would I want to deny my children their identity and claim I love them? But that's what happened to me. But yeah, so that's how I came into it. And it was by accident. I just picked up the encyclopedias. My grandmother was sitting there in the chair, James was out in the restaurant area, and it just was like a coincidence. And I just was reading through it, and I went to the index. The index of the encyclopedia is right in the front. I think it was an encyclopedia, said it was many volumes. The first set I think my grandmother had, it was like 3 volumes. And it was just like the internet, the old school encyclopedias. And remember, my grandmother had money. So she's buying that big, thick set with that hard leather brown cover on it. And all that time, she allowed her customers and workers to boast about her being this superior being, being a Capricorn. And in that encyclopedia, where it tells me who I am, it only mentions her, that I will be at war with and I will master a Capricorn. It says I will master them all. Out of all signs, it didn't link me to nobody else but a Capricorn, because it was explaining how powerful Scorpios are. However, the AI has changed. So now Virgos and Scorpios, I almost teared up when I saw that. When I saw that on the internet, I was like, fucking finally. They ain't mastering shit but fucking people's head up. So I was so glad that these dishonest ass Capricorns have been removed from that throne. Seriously. And, you know, being around Daniel, I see the business aspect of Virgos. And so just seeing how he's aging and being supportive. Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, thank you so much. Yeah. So, yeah, so that's it. So I appreciate that. So anyway, I'm going to be uploading that. So, please, like, share, and subscribe. Goodness, where is I'm trying to figure out my music out. So Natalie, do you have any more questions? Yeah, I'm very thank you so much for the chats and all the support here. It says one of my devices is optimizing. Yeah, I gotta Android is stored. I've been using these 3 devices, y'all. I'm kind of learning, you know, when you use different devices, it kind of teaches you how to multitask too. Oh, it came on. Okay. So yeah, I'm learning more on how to multitask with this stuff too. I mean, imagine people, I got just a makeshift studio, but imagine like YouTubers that really have those like big fancy studios. I probably would be in a mental institution. You gave me something like that. Natalie, you have to come see me in the insane asylum. Like if I had like a legitimate studio, like one of those like fancy ones, and they have all the TVs and the lights and all the stuff, you probably would be, what sign are you now? I'd be like, I don't know. I don't even know my name. So yeah, because I'm finding, but you know, you got to start low. So for me, I can just master these 3 devices. Natalie, funny. I like when you do the cry. Yeah, I'll need you and Daniel to tell me who the hell I am. Y'all will be like, you had a channel. I did? What's a channel? Advanced Insight. Who is that? Yeah, so what I do, I'm always realistic and I just do what I really can handle. What I can't handle, I don't take it on because I want to be able to be efficient with what I do. That's very important to be able. It's better to stay at a lower level and be successful at something than to not be successful at it, if that makes sense. Trying to figure out how to, yeah, this device, I think, yeah, and I have been on a 4 hour live, so I shouldn't be surprised that it's overheating, right? It lasted 4 hours. So I'm being a little ungrateful. Um, to be like, you've been on a live 4 hours, and I'm like, oh, my device is overheating. I don't want to act like Miss Eleanor kids. Yeah, thank you, Natalie. I love that Virgo support. Y'all are really understanding of me. Yeah. I've never had a problem with Virgos in general. We always able to work it out. We are. But I do believe for Virgo personalities, especially for lady Virgos, because I got a cousin that's a Virgo too. It's very important and essential for them to get away from the narcissist in their life. And um, yeah, Daniels are August Virgo too. So the thing is with Virgo ladies, um, no drinking, no excessive drinking and alcohol, keeping spirituality in your life. Um, Virgo ladies do good with they're normally they don't allow men to assault them and beat on them like my cousin. She was very very young. She was telling me, and this guy, he was young too. He told her he was gonna beat her up or do something to her, and she told him she'll fuck him up, and she named some graphic she'll do to his ass, and he didn't. He kept his hands to himself too. Yeah, Natalie. Yeah, that's how my cousin. Yeah, my cousin. That's the Virgo. Yeah, it seemed like it feels like that, right? Like the way my cousin graphically and calmly. Oh my God, Virgo ladies, they got such pretty voices, right? My cousin, like, and I just found this out a few years ago. She was telling me about this story when she was young, because we was talking about abusive men. And this one boy threatened her. And she said she told him she'd tear him to pieces or some threat, and she said he didn't swing on her neither and left her alone. And of course, they ended up not being together. But yeah, that young guy was scared of my cousin. And she didn't go through all that, being jumped on by men. Now, I did. I was in domestic violence relationships. And I was, my ex-husband, beat me in my eye and blacked my eye real bad. I ended up in jail eventually. Now, Scorpios, we willing to do life and to be executed in the death chamber to get you to stop beating our ass, right? But Virgos are better because they don't even let the shit start in the first place. So I would say that Virgo ladies are more strategic. They never get the ass whooping in the first place, so they don't end up in jail talking about a Negro left for dead or some shit, right? Yeah, it was a long time ago, Natalie, but I'm just like, I had to learn. So I learned to become more like a Virgo. So now I know what to do to not be in a domestic violence situation. But my cousin, my Virgo cousin, she ain't never had a motherfucker lay their hands on her. Because if they did, she'll be calling me from the penitentiary, and we would have been sending some cards and visits. I would have visited her. if my cousin would have went to the penitentiary. But that's an area where Virgo ladies are stronger at than Scorpios. And I believe Scorpio ladies would be a little better at it too if they aren't having narcissists raise them. Yeah, Natalie. Yeah, you just strategically, naturally observe. Virgos are very, very attentive to detail. So it's your nature. And that's why it says that the Virgo and Scorpio are the masters of signs. It has a lot to do with our attention to detail too. It's our psychic abilities, our natural psychic abilities, and our attention to details, and our natural way of knowing how to treat people too. That's a gift too. Knowing how to treat somebody that's treating you nice. So a lot of people, they don't know how to do that. Yeah, exactly, Natalie. Exactly. Yeah, but this narcissist, because I started out talking about so I'm gonna bring this up too with this elderly 92-year-old lady. Remember, that's gonna be in the description box. But remember, originally it was about narcissists and the eviction process. So check this out. This 92-year-old lady, she's not leaving her son, Cynthia and David, her money. They could end up going through the eviction process. Wouldn't that be shameful? Come from a mother that had big money saved. You know it's big money now. That's why they paid a lawyer and took her to court. This woman got some big money. This is generational wealth that's in this family. Okay, so these could be narcissists that ultimately end up going through the eviction process. So what I'm working on doing, Natalie and everyone, is not giving people my life, not feeling like my life belongs to someone else, having your own life. Like this lady had to figure that out at 92 years old. So yeah, so just be positive. When people, even when you try to prevent a narcissist from going through the eviction process, still be positive and decent towards everybody. Because you never know what situation we're going to be in next week. You just never know how it's going to go. So being able to be careful what we say to people, be kind, but don't feel like you have to take it on. Have a standard for your household. Like me and my situation, we got enough issues here. I'm not gonna move anyone in, break my lease, and have anyone here that doesn't feel like they need to take their babies to daycare and get them a job. I can't help somebody like that. I help people that's at work and they gone and their activities, they got their own jobs and getting their educational needs met and having church activities and stuff like that. So when people not gonna listen with the narcissist and the eviction process. Narcissists are hard to teach. That's all I can say about that. And it's usually not beneficial to empathic people. It's not. It actually can cause you to become in their same situation. So what I'm going to do with the narcissist and the eviction process is pray and try to find resources that will help and try to, help create a plan. Like I'm going to constantly encourage the lady to get a job and to, if she's not going to work, see if qualifies for Social Security or something. I mean, you got to do something. You either got to work, try to get some kind of benefits going. You can't survive if nobody in the house works. I mean, because they just ain't giving out government assistance that freely. And you know they ain't giving it out. That's why so many people on the street. The United States of America is just an expensive place, and anybody can go out to the street at any time. Yeah. Even with these like these homeowners, those homeowner associations. Oh my goodness, those are really tricky. So many people, they get evicted from their homes they own because they have these homeowner associations managing these properties now, and you thinking I own this, and they like, no, you gotta go, you gotta move. I mean, it's just crazy. It's almost like I don't know if that's a blessing or curse being a homeowner and living under one of those homeowner associations. They really there's a lot of discrimination involved and all kind of stuff. So we just got to do the best we can do. And that was a real sad story. But remember, I'm going to put that video down in the description box below. So, yeah. So Natalie says, equal give and take is important to me. Amen. And then Natalie also says, do not wear their emotional baggage. It is theirs to carry. Support doesn't mean becoming a I'm sure things will work out for them. They have you. Yeah, I'm just going to try to be emotionally supportive. If they would have listened to me, they wouldn't be in the situation. Actually, I'm going to tell you something. Even though the bill is over $10,000, it wouldn't have been that high if when, because my son worked. He did try his best, right? Elijah worked. It wouldn't have been that big of a bill if Kaylin, the girlfriend, would have been willing to go to work too. And he wouldn't have been talking about she need to stay at home and be a housewife when they're not wealthy people. You're poor, you got to go to work. What do you mean she's going to be a housewife? Housewife to who? First of all, it's not a true housewife situation. They're not legally married, but you know, marriage ain't just paperwork. You know, people, they don't always do the paperwork, but consider themselves married. But I knew that they needed more income coming in. So just work, even if she had just worked at the fast food joint across the street, that would have been plenty of money to pay the rent that they owe, because the bill is only 10 to 15,000. So Natalie says, I have a family member going through this very situation. She didn't tell, hold on. This device is glitching out. I have a family member going through this very situation. She didn't tell my cousin about her mental health issues until they had their baby. Yeah. But see, laziness is a deadly sin. And laziness is a deadly sin. Yeah, so thank you so much for the participation today, Natalie. Share the video. I never knew this live would end up being 4 hours. So thank you, Natalie. You made it a lengthy live. Hopefully I got a few views. Yeah. I had fun on this live, Natalie. I did. I really did. Believe it or not, I enjoy the lives as well. So I had a lot of fun. You're welcome, Natalie. I appreciate you. So I'll be uploading the video about discovering astrology. And of course, my grandmother discovered it before I did, but she tried to hide my zodiac identity. I had to discover it through her big hardback encyclopedias. That was the internet back then. Subscribe. Natalie, I love you. And thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. Tune in for more right here with Advanced Insight Channel. Y'all like the music? This is like my I use this as my as well. It's a good music that doesn't get me a copyright claim. You're welcome, Natalie. Thank you so much for all the beautiful hearts and emojis. And thank you so much for everyone, all the subscribers and viewers that participated in the chat. I appreciate you all. And Natalie, thank you for keeping this live going today. We had a lot of fun. We learned a lot. And remember, within about 30 minutes of this video ending, I'll release the live to the public right away. And so check the description box, because I'm going to put the video the fair use video with the 92-year-old lady. I'm going to put that down in the description box below, and click on more. Again, I love everyone. Please share the video, and please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you. Bye. Tune in for more right here with Advanced Insight Channel. Thank you for your advanced insight as well. Bye, Natalie and everyone. Thank you. Bye.